Dear colleagues, the sitting is open. And I'm pleased to announce that the winning city of the Europrize 2024 is Terrassa in Spain. We heartily congratulate the mayor and all residents of the city. Since the creation of the European Prize in 1955, it is the 85th city to be awarded this prize for European cities. Congratulations to Terrassa in Spain. Dear colleagues, the first item on the agenda is the second round of an election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights in respect of Liechtenstein. I refer members to the list of candidates and biographical notices, which are to be found in document under the number 15924. The opinion of the committee is presented in document under the number 15959, addendum 2. The voting will take place in the foyer in front of the hemicycle by secret ballot. At 6 p.m., I shall announce the closing of the poll. Each political group has appointed a teller according to the rules. The tellers are Clotilda Buska, Andrea Eder-Gitzthaler, Armen Gevorkyan, Claude Kern, Sevilay Seleng Ezen. I would like to remind them that they will have to be in the room set aside for this purpose at 6 p.m. The result of the vote will be announced, if possible, before the close of today's sitting. I now declare the ballot open. We continue our work in the meantime. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, now it is a pleasure for me to welcome among us Madame Dominique Hassler, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Education and Sport of Liechtenstein and President of the Committee of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Minister Hassler will present a communication about the ongoing activities of the Liechtenstein Presidency of the Committee of Ministers, which will be followed by an exchange of views with parliamentarians. Madam President, I should like to thank you for the excellent cooperation between our two statutory bodies and for the ongoing dialogue among us together with the Secretary General of the Council of Europe in the form of the trialogue. The Liechtenstein presidency will come to an end in about a month's time, coinciding with the celebrations of the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe, which will be a time not only to celebrate our achievements, but also to look at new avenues for the future, and new adventures maybe, for the future of our fundamental values, such as the challenges of human rights in respect of the increasing development of artificial intelligence. We are looking forward to this important moment, but for now, Minister Hassler, Madam President, it is my pleasure to give you the floor.
Dear President of the Parliamentary Assembly, dear Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly, dear Secretary General of the Council of Europe, dear members of the Parliamentary Assembly, Excellencies, dear colleagues. It is my honor to address you for the second and already the last time in my capacity as President of the Committee of Ministers. Time has recently passed fast. Of course, however, our presidency is far from over. We still have an intensive month ahead of us, most importantly with the ministerial session of the Committee of Ministers taking place on the 16th and 17th of May. The preparations for this important event are already in full swing. On the 5th of April, we had the pleasure to host the ministers' deputies in Liechtenstein for an ordinary meeting to this end. The ministerial session will focus on the follow-up to the decisions taken by our heads of state and government at the 4th summit of the Council of Europe in Reykjavik last year. A set of decisions to be endorsed by the ministers is currently under preparation by the ministers' deputies. In Reykjavik, our leaders sent a strong and a clear message. expressing their unwavering support to Ukraine and firmly condemning the illegal war of aggression launched by the Russian Federation. In the face of the many crimes committed and the countless difficulties imposed on them by Russia, Ukraine and its people continue to demonstrate a courage and determination that commands our respect. From the outset of the aggression, the Council of Europe wanted to provide as much assistance as possible. This began, of course, with the exclusion of the Russian Federation from our organization and continued with a series of initiatives aiming to support Ukraine in its fight for freedom and justice and to hold the Russian Federation to account. On the 23rd February, the Ministers' Deputies held an extraordinary meeting on the occasion of the second anniversary of the start of the full-scale invasion. On this said occasion, the committee reiterated its full support to Ukraine and its people and its willingness to ensuring Russia's full accountability. And I am personally very thankful to all bodies of the Council of Europe that we were able to show that our support goes beyond words. On the 23rd of March, the satellite office of the Register of Damage for Ukraine was officially inaugurated. The office will liaise with the Ukrainian authorities on various legal and technical issues related to the submission of applications and to raise awareness and reach out to potential applicants, including local and regional authorities, businesses, and the public in general. The satellite office will also play an important role in coordinating the exchange of information with other international organizations, Ukrainian authorities, and civil society organizations, including the exchange of evidence. Together with the Secretary General, I traveled to Kiev to take part in the inauguration ceremony. We also used the visit to realize meetings with a number of high-level representatives of Ukraine. In this context, let me extend my gratitude to the Ukrainian authorities for their hospitality. I am deeply thankful to all of the encounters we had the opportunity to have while we were in Ukraine. It is unimaginable what the people of Ukraine have had to and continue to endure. I was deeply moved by their strength and determination. On the 2nd of April 2024, the Register of Damage officially opened the claims submission process, starting with claims relating to damage or destruction of residential property. This historic launch took place in Den Haag as part of the Ministerial Conference on Restoring Justice for Ukraine. With the establishment of the Register of Damage, the Council of Europe has taken a critical first step towards ensuring accountability for the Russian aggression against Ukraine. To date, 44 states and the European Union have joined the register. Liechtenstein will continue to actively advocate for broader membership in the register. In this context, we continue to conduct outreach activities on all levels, with which we hope to encourage states outside the Council of Europe to join our important efforts to ensuring justice. The establishment and operationalization of the register is truly a milestone. Our heads of state and government sent an important signal and took a decisive first step towards ensuring accountability for Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine. In those contexts, let me wholeheartedly thank everybody involved in this important process. In this Forum for Human Rights, it is impossible not to refer to Alexei Navalny and the nightmare that the Russian regime has put him through. The death of Mr. Navalny on the 16th February this year, whilst in detention, shocked and appalled all of us. As I said in my statement at the time, I was saddened and deeply disturbed by the news. The Committee of Ministers had been closely following Mr. Navalny's situation since his return to Russia in January 2021. It had repeatedly raised the alarm over his state of health and called for his release as the Russian authorities imposed longer and ever harsher prison sentences on him. The committee last examined his case in March 2024. In an interim resolution, it strongly condemned the Russian authorities for his death in detention, which appears to be the alarming consequence of the pattern of victimization and his political persecution, revealed by the many violations found by the European Court in retaliation for his anti-government protests and investigation activities. The committee also exhorted the authorities to conduct an effective investigation into his death by an ad hoc mechanism such as an international independent and impartial commission of inquiry. We will continue our work, including with other international bodies, to remind Russia of its unconditional legal obligation to implement judgments by the European Court of Human Rights. Once again, I would like to express my deepest sympathy to his wife, family, and friends for the cruel situation they find caused by the Russian authorities. With the Reykjavik Principles for Democracy, our heads of state and government reaffirmed our commitment to ensuring the right to freedom of expression, to hold opinions, and to receive and impart information and ideas, underlining both online and offline dimensions of the right. The principles further underlined the critical role of journalists and other media workers in this context. Their work constitutes one of the cornerstones of every democratic society. To promote discussions on this critical issue, the Liechtenstein presidency held a thematic debate on the 14th of February on ensuring the reliability and quality of information and sustainable journalism in the digital era. Dear members of the Parliamentary Assembly, the abolition of the death penalty worldwide remains another priority for the Committee of Ministers. Following the execution of Mr. Smith in the US state of Alabama, the ministers' deputies adopted a declaration on the 30th of January deploring this event. The Committee of Ministers reiterated its unequivocal opposition to the death penalty at all times and in all circumstances, and called on states within the United States of America, an observer state to the Council of Europe, to establish a moratorium on the death penalty as a first step towards its abolition at all levels in the United States. The Committee of Ministers remains ready to share its experience on the abolition of death penalty with all observer states. In this context, the Ministers' deputies also held its biannual exchange of views on the abolition of the death penalty on the 10th of April. The exchange also included a thematic discussion with a panel of experts, including a former death row inmate and a former general rapporteur on the abolition of the death penalty of our Assembly. On this occasion, we also welcomed the ratification of Protocol 13 by Armenia. Promoting cooperation and good relations with our international organization to increase coordination between our activities remains also very important for the Committee of Ministers. To this end, the committee held an exchange of views with Mr. Jan Borg, Chair in Office of the OSCE, Minister for Foreign Affairs and European Affairs and Trade of Malta, on the 6th of March. In addition, the ministers' deputies held their annual exchange of views with experts from capitals on relations with the United Nations, with a thematic focus on torture and ill treatment in early March. Exchanges like this emphasize the importance of multilateral cooperation, both within and between international organizations. This year, we all know, and a lot of us are wearing the 75th anniversary pin, we will celebrate the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe. And this will provide an important opportunity to demonstrate our common commitment to multilateralism as well as to the principles of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And as member states, it is our obligation to do our utmost to safeguard these principles. Let us together remember that the Council of Europe, as the guarantor for these values, proved its capabilities in securing stability and promoting progress in its member states time and time again, ever since it was founded. Through a range of activities and events in Strasbourg and all across Europe, this 75th anniversary will showcase what the Council of Europe means in practical terms for the 700 million Europeans who live in our 46 member states. In order to encourage youth participation in the work of the Council of Europe, the Liechtenstein presidency is organizing a youth event to enable interested youth from across Europe to add their voice to the work of this organization. We already heard from Mr. President how important it is for the Council of Europe to hear the voices of the future. Also speaking as Minister for Education, this priority is very close to my heart. The event will take place back-to-back with the ministerial session and the celebrations on the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe in May this year. To further these efforts, we are also expecting the Council of Europe reference framework for a youth perspective to be endorsed at the ministerial session. In this context, let me express my particular gratitude to the Joint Council on Youth for the contribution to this important document. The inclusion of youth remains critical to promote a future-oriented functioning of the Council of Europe. And we cannot talk about the future with also coming to the end, mentioning artificial intelligence. AI is perhaps the most important breakthrough technology of this century, and it offers both opportunities and challenges to our societies. Safeguarding the protection of human rights, democracy, and the rule of law remains a priority of the Committee of Ministers also in this context. The Committee on Artificial Intelligence was set up and instructed to proceed speedily with the elaboration of a legally binding instrument of a transversal nature based on the Council of Europe standards on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. The Convention was set to be focused on general common principles, conducive to innovation and open to participation by non-member states, while taking into account other relevant existing international legal framework, or those under development. At the fourth summit, our heads of state and government committed to ensuring a leading role for the Council of Europe in developing standards in the digital era to safeguard human rights, including by finalizing as a priority the Council of Europe's Framework Convention on AI. We are thus very, very pleased that this work was completed very recently and that the Committee of Ministers was able to transmit the draft Framework Convention to the Parliamentary Assembly for your opinion. Let me express my gratitude to the Assembly for considering the draft in this week's part session. Once the Assembly's opinion has been received, the draft Framework Convention will be examined by the Ministers' deputies and transmitted to the Committee of Ministers for adoption at its ministerial session this year. The issue of artificial intelligence is included in the list of priorities of our presidency, and we are proud that the work on the Framework Convention on Artificial Intelligence has been finalized under our leadership of the Committee of Ministers. The Council of Europe's work in this context, once again, has attracted the attention of many states far beyond the territory of the organization, which increases the likelihood that the future instrument will become an efficient and effective global legal standard. Dear members of the Parliamentary Assembly, The agenda of your week session contains a number of landmark decisions, both for the Parliamentary Assembly and the Council of Europe as a whole. Yesterday, this Assembly also adopted the opinion on the application for membership by Kosovo. The opinion will now be transmitted to the Committee of Ministers, and of course, I cannot say anything on substance before the committee has had a chance to discuss the opinion. In accordance with the statute of the Council of Europe and relevant rules and procedure, the Committee of Ministers will decide whether to adopt a resolution inviting Kosovo to become a member. With respect to the decision taken by the Parliamentary Assembly in its last session not to ratify the credentials of the delegation of Azerbaijan, I would like to inform you that the matter was also discussed on several occasions within the Committee of Ministers. The committee stressed the importance of an open and inclusive dialogue in compliance with Member States' commitments and the Statute of the Council of Europe. At the same time, let me stress the need to ensure that the Council of Europe remains fully operational. In these turbulent times, this is of critical importance. The election of the new Secretary General needs to be conducted in the most inclusive manner possible. I continue to be at the disposal for all parties with a view to encouraging the most acceptable solution also in this context. Speaking about these upcoming elections, let me express my full confidence in the Assembly's ability to choose the next Secretary General from among the 3 very good candidates submitted by the Committee of Ministers last month. Of course, it's too early to bid farewell to our current Secretary General. Just like the Liechtenstein presidency, she still has some time left in her term. It is, however, for me personally, and in my capacity having the presidency, not too early to thank her personally and the Parliamentary Assembly, of course, too, for the excellent cooperation during our presidency. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Hassler, for your most interesting address to this Assembly. And I want to thank you for what you have done until now, your contribution, your efforts, which are always been acknowledged by all of us. And of course, for the future, all the plans that you have presented us. And especially I want to thank you about preparations to celebrate the 75th year of this organization. Because as I mentioned earlier to our meeting, it is not that we are looking for personal visibility. It is not for publicity that we are seeking here in this Assembly. We are looking for visibility of the reactions of the Assembly when problems of democracy, rule of law, and human rights are coming up. So now we're going on. We are going to hear questions from the speakers on behalf of the political groups, and then a response from Mrs. Hassler to these questions. I would like to ask the speakers to limit their intervention to 30 seconds. And I would like to ask my colleagues to ask questions and not making speeches. Having said that, the first in my list, on behalf of the Socialists, is Mr. Andrea Orlando. You can go
Signora
on now,
Presidente,
President, thank you very much indeed, and thank you, Madam, for your statement. Our compatriot, Ilaria Salis, for more than a year now, has been held in a Hungarian jail for an offence that would, the maximum sentence, be a few months. She, we hoped, would be under house arrest awaiting a decision on her sentence, but she has been handcuffed when she's appeared in court with a leash. This is flouting the rules laid down in the European Human Rights Convention and does call into question the sort of speed of judicial procedures, but it also raises issues in terms of inhuman or degrading treatment and some fair trial issues, in particular with regard to a country where there are doubts hanging over the full autonomy and independence of the judiciary. So I'd like to know what measures you intend to take in order to strengthen any instruments that would enable us to counter this kind of a phenomenon so that we can ensure that our Human Rights Convention is fully abided by.
Respond.
Thank you very much. So first of all, let me just mention that I'm very much looking forward to receiving your questions, and I will give my best and try to answer your questions. I will start with the question coming from Italy, and I just have to apologize that I am not aware of all the facts and details of this case, and the issue has not been discussed by the Committee of Ministers. But I can only underline that all Council of Europe member states should respect the European Convention on Human Rights and the CPT Convention. There is a possibility for victims of human rights violation to address themselves to the European Court of Human Rights after having exhausted all illegal remedies at the international level. We know that, and I think this is also just important to underline when it comes to this case.
On behalf of the EPP Group, Mrs. Andrea Eder-Gistaler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sehr geehrte Frau Außenminister.
Madam Foreign Minister, first of all, congratulations. Congratulations on your presentation and indeed on everything you've achieved so far during your presidency. So you really are a seasoned pro now. This is the third time you have held the rotating presidency. Now, we would like to, of course, promote human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. And you just told us about some of your priorities. I was wondering precisely which measures or events were, in your view, decisive in terms of implementing these goals, and what precisely are you seeking to do between now and the end of your presidency? You picked out perhaps some of the most important for us already, but there is, of course, a project on taking human rights seriously in Liechtenstein, the idea being to make sure that the basic values of the Council of Europe are fully realized in Liechtenstein. Were you successful? Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about that. And perhaps finally, another question of particular concern to our Ukrainian friends. Could you give us any information about the confiscation of Russian assets, any information on the status of those assets in Liechtenstein? Thank you very much.
One question each. And please, I would like to ask from the next speakers to limit the time in 30 seconds. Madam Hassler, would you like to reply?
Thank you very much. Frau Gitztaler, vielen Dank.
Thank you very much indeed for your comments and your question. And you were specifically referring to the priorities of the Liechtenstein presidency, and I think that in the course of my statement I was already able to flesh out some of our priorities, and others, of course, we will be working on right through to the end of our presidency, particularly everything to do with human rights. In my statement, I mentioned that the register of damage is a first but important step towards achieving accountability, but accountability is something which falls within my purview, and we in Liechtenstein have set great store by this over many decades, and this is something that we will be continuing to pursue within the Council of Europe, precisely because we've already shown that in the shape of the register of damage we can do something tangible and meaningful to support the Ukrainians. And there are future steps, of course, the compensation mechanism, as well as future discussions. You talked about the frozen assets as well. Absolutely, we'll take that forward. Plus, of course, questions such as a special tribunal. And obviously, we as a council we're playing an active role in all of that. And certainly, those are things that we will continue to push forward as long as we hold the presidency. And then, of course, we will continue to pursue these matters nationally when it comes to the register and accountability. I'm also grateful to you for mentioning our specific projects on taking human rights seriously. This is something that we did in Liechtenstein, very important for us under our presidency, in the educational sphere, as well as for the population at large, trying to give greater visibility to all the work that the Council of Europe does. And we had a national competition. We had all kinds of submissions, different projects to show how civil society is making a real active contribution to this. And it really was quite moving to see just how much people realize we can't take human rights for granted. Rather, we need everybody to participate actively, and that is something we really have to emphasize. And I think the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe will afford us an opportunity to try and boost the visibility of the organization, to show that we really are fit for purpose, that we are capable of coming up today with responses to the problems of the future in a multilateral organization. But as I say, it's not something we can take for granted. Rather, we have to get down, talk to one another, work together, and make sure that we commit actively to the future of Europe. So thank you for that.
About the frozen assets, I would like to change in English. Thank you very much also for this question. As you know, the seizure and transfer of frozen Russian state assets raises a very complex issue under international law. It is a matter that it's principally addressed by the G7 countries and the EU. As far as the Council of Europe is concerned, the Council of Europe heads of state and government at their fourth summit in Reykjavik created, as mentioned before, the Register of Damage for Ukraine as a first step towards an international compensation mechanism for victims of the Russian aggression. This important initiative is intended to ensure justice and accountability for Ukraine. I note that in your recommendation of yesterday, PACE calls on the Committee of Ministers to take further steps in this regard, such as the establishment of a trust fund and international commission of claims. And I can assure you that the Committee of Ministers will consider PACE recommendations, and I mentioned it before. I think the Committee of Ministers is well aware that the Register of Damage was the first important step, but there has further steps to be done.
On behalf of the European Conservatives, Mr. Alexei Goncharenko.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you for your recent visit to Kiev. And I would like, by the way, to ask you, Lithuania, which will soon preside our Secretary General, I think the great place for next Committee of Ministers meeting is Ukraine, Kiev or Odessa or Kharkiv. That's where the fate of our values is decided. And my question to you maybe is now more as to representative of Liechtenstein. Maybe, especially after yesterday's resolution of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, about not just freezing but confiscating of Russian assets, both state and oligarchs, in favor of Ukraine. Maybe Liechtenstein will be the first state who will do this. And I want to ask you to do this and to show example to all other countries. Thank you very much.
Dear Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much also for the warm hospitality in Ukraine. I already mentioned that before. I think I can also speak for Madam Secretary General that we can really underline that it was the right moment to be in Ukraine, and the people in Ukraine, they well recognize that the register of damage was a very, very important first step when it comes to accountability. Regarding to your question when it comes to my national capacity, I just want to underline that I am here to speak now in my capacity as having the presidency, but you can be, coming back to my national capacity, you can be assured that Liechtenstein, integrated and being located in the heart of Europe, will always go with its partners, and I think being an EEA member, we are well integrated within the EU, and we are very, very much looking what the EU is doing in this regard. So you will always find a strong supporter standing in full solidarity with Ukraine and implementing all measures which are important also in the future when it comes to Liechtenstein.
On behalf of ALDE, Mrs. Valentina Grippo.
Thank you. Minister Hasler, the protection of journalists is one of the Council of Europe's main areas of activity and one of the most important instruments to the protection of human rights. However, the guidelines we produce often become ineffective in the face of events such as the Russian invasion of Ukraine, as you widely illustrated in your address speech. Therefore, we have to remember the killing of journalists, opinion leaders, and activists which are in prison or in exile, and the enormous damage this is doing not only to human rights, not only to the free flow of ideas in all of the countries of the Council of Europe, but is also weakening the role of the Council of Europe itself. Therefore, we ask you what measures specifically are being taken and will be taken by the Committee of Ministers. Also, as you mentioned, the important passage that we had yesterday here on Kosovo, we would like to know if you will support the raise of the issue of Kosovo during next Committee of Ministers. Thank you.
Madam Hasler, you have the floor.
Thank you very much to Valentina Grippo for these questions. As mentioned in my speech, protecting journalists is a main priority within the Liechtenstein presidency, and I think we all know that European media have been the target of a growing number of threats and attacks in the last years. These attacks, including murders, are an unacceptable assault on our democratic societies, and crimes committed against journalists must be investigated quickly and transparently to ensure that they do not go unpunished. And of course, for this, we do need concrete actions, and this is what you asked. The Council of Europe's platform to promote the protection of journalism and safety of journalists is, in my opinion, a unique instrument for direct dialogue between civil society and the member states. And I really urge all member states to fully cooperate with it. The Committee of Ministers holds regular exchanges of views with representatives of the platform on how to respond to the numerous challenges which you mentioned before. And the last exchange took place in February this year on the theme of ensuring the reliability and quality of information and sustainable journalism in the digital era. A very important and much awaited new recommendation on strategic lawsuits against public participation in short SLAPs was adopted 2 weeks ago, and our presidency will strive to enhance freedom of expression and the safety of journalists, which I mentioned before, is among our priorities. Liechtenstein is also a member of the Strasbourg Group of Friends for the Safety of Journalists, and we will continue to engage actively in this group and other initiatives with the aim of keeping the safety of journalists as a prerequisite for the freedom of expression high on the agenda. And Liechtenstein also continues to contribute financially the platform which I mentioned before.
On behalf of the United European Left, Mr. Paul Govan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Minister, as you know, the credentials of the Azerbaijan delegation to PACE were not accepted in January of this year. However, Azerbaijan continues to hold a seat at the Committee of Ministers, just as the people in Nagorno-Karabakh continue to be exiled from their homeland following their ethnic cleansing by the Aliyev regime. What steps are the Committee of Ministers taking to ensure the safe return and protection of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh to their homeland?
Madam Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for this question. I just can once again repeat that the decision taken by your Assembly last January not to ratify the credentials of the Azerbaijani delegation has been discussed on several occasions by the Committee of Ministers. The Committee of Ministers stressed the importance of an open and inclusive dialogue in compliance with Member States' commitments and the Statute of the Council of Europe. Azerbaijan is a full-fledged member of the organization, entitled to the same rights than any other member states, while of course having also the same obligations in terms of meeting the Council of Europe standards, including with respect to civil and political rights. And you can be assured that, of course, the Committee of Ministers will moderate this dialogue to find a common solution continuously.
Thank you. I will now give the floor to other speakers and we'll take them in groups of 3. Please limit your interventions to 30 seconds and we'll start with Mr. Peter Frick.
Sehr geehrter
President, colleagues, on behalf of the Liechtenstein delegation, I'd like to express my warm thanks to Minister Hassler for her statement. On the subject of Azerbaijan, you have already spoken out, Minister, but possibly you could go into my question in a little bit more detail. Now, when it comes to the non-participation of the Azerbaijani delegation within the Parliamentary Assembly and the position of the Committee of Ministers in that regard is something that perhaps you could comment on in a little bit more detail.
Armen Gevorgyan.
Madam Minister, the discussion yesterday in this very hemicycle confirmed that a selective approach to the right of peoples to self-determination creates tensions and imbalance within the Council of Europe as well. But in order to confirm the value and importance of this organization for the protection of human rights and freedoms, please tell us what the Committee of Ministers is doing specifically to free the Armenian prisoners in Baku and ensure the Armenians of Karabakh the right to return to their historical homeland. Thank you.
The third question of this round to Mr. Alain Milon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, Lithuania will be taking over from you, and on the 4th of July, we're organising a high-level conference on the European Social Charter. In the light of your 6 months as the President of the Committee of Ministers, can you make a commitment to ratifying the revised Social Charter? This would be a fine symbol. Thank you.
Madam Minister, would you like to respond to these 3 first questions?
Thank you very much. I will start with the question coming from the Principality of Liechtenstein. Thank you very much for that. I was asked to go a little bit more into details what the Committee of Ministers will do to find a solution on Azerbaijan. And I just want to underline once again that I think our common aim is to foster unity in order to safeguard and promote common ideals. And especially for 75 years of the Council of Europe, celebration, this will also symbolically underline that the Council of Europe has been offering a unique platform for multilateral cooperation between governments and parliaments of the 46 member states to strengthen respect for human rights, democracy, and the rule of law in Europe. Since becoming a member state in 2001, Azerbaijan has benefited from the Council of Europe's support in its democratic transition. Conversely, the Council of Europe benefited from the contribution of Azerbaijan for promoting its values and increasing its outreach. It is a mutually beneficial cooperation, which is an open-ended one and which is certainly an unfinished work, and serious improvements and reforms are certainly necessary. I think we need each other, and I hope that the Azerbaijani delegation will soon return to its proper place in the Parliamentary Assembly so that the cooperation and dialogue can continue in the interest of the values that unites us. Let me at this point also mention that as President of the Committee of Ministers, I have convened the discussion of this issue in a trialogue meeting, and I am at the disposal of all parties with a view to encouraging the most acceptable solutions for all, so as to enable the Council of Europe to continue the tremendous work it has been doing for the last 75 years. And I want to thank once again for this wonderful cooperation in this trialogue meeting between the Parliamentary Assembly, Committee of Ministers and the Secretary General. Second, I was asked about concrete actions of the Council of Europe when it comes to Armenian captives. The Committee of Ministers has been following the situation in Nagorno-Karabakh closely. I also mentioned this before. It has regularly discussed the human rights situation also with the Secretary General and the Human Rights Commissioner. The parties dispute the status of the persons referred to. For Armenia, they are prisoners of war. For Azerbaijan, they are ordinary criminals. So whatever they are, they remain human beings and are subject to the protection of all of the relevant Council of Europe conventions. The European Convention on Human Rights, the Convention for the Prevention of Torture and Inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment, etc. I think there are a lot more of them. So they have to be treated accordingly. I would like to note that in the observations following her visit, the Commissioner recalled that international humanitarian law protects persons deprived of liberty in connection to armed conflict, and notably the ICRC must be permitted to visit prisoners of war and protected civilians wherever they may be. I would finally like to underline that the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture and Inhuman or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, in short CPT, are cooperating with the ICRC and also follow the situation of persons detained in the region. These are issues that are followed closely, as these are serious allegations of human rights violations. And the third question was coming from Mr. Milo Alain from France about giving the attention of a symbol when it comes to the ratification. Liechtenstein, yes, is geographically small, and this translates to a lean administration. I have to underline this again and again, and we thus also have limited personal resources to take on additional commitments. With the ratification of new conventions, the workload for our administration increases, with some the time and personal resources required are larger than other. Many conventions require experts to attend committees and the broader administration to engage in regular evaluation rounds, all of which is important, of course, but difficult to do with limited resources. Liechtenstein, for this reason, conducts visibility assessments and prioritizations of conventions. So far, we have prioritized other areas in context of the Council of Europe. We have already ratified 90 conventions, and Liechtenstein does always have a slogan: if we are ratifying convention, we are want to implement them 100% properly. And as mentioned, it's also a question of resources, but after giving up the presidency, perhaps we will have more resources, and of course we will also check to ratify this convention once again. Thank you very much.
Dear colleagues, we have time for one more round of 3 questions, if we all keep the time limit. So I give the floor now to Mr. Zoltan Bona.
Thank you very much, dear Madam Minister. 2024 marks the 75th anniversary of the Council of Europe, which is a great occasion to raise awareness of the organization's positive impact on people's daily lives. The past 75 years have shown that the Council of Europe is unique in its embrace of important fundamental rights, issues such as linguistic diversity and the protection of national minorities. How does the Presidency intend to participate in the commemoration of the 75th anniversary, and what issues will it focus on? Thank you very much.
Mr. Yuri Kamelchuk is next.
Yes, thank you. Liechtenstein is known for appreciating and supporting the cultural values of Europe and the world. Ukraine and Ukrainians are currently going through a difficult period. Millions of Ukrainian children in Europe face the fact that they have problems with preserving their Ukrainian identity. I know that Sweden, Germany, and Great Britain support the activities of Ukrainian institutes abroad. Tell me, can the Principality of Liechtenstein connect to the aid for the sake of preserving Ukrainian culture and education among Ukrainians who are integrating into the European community?
Madam Ingers-Kau, you have the floor.
Thank you, President, and dear Minister. Questions from Norway. At the Reykjavik summit, the heads of states and governments adopted the 10 Reykjavik principles for democracy. They committed to promote, protect, and strengthen democracy throughout the 46 member states and to engage in regular high-level dialogue with member states and partners on these 10 principles of democracy. To what extent has the Committee of Ministers acted upon this commitment and promoted these principles to member states? Thank you.
Madam Hassler, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much once again for the 3 questions. I start with the question from Hungary relating again to the 75th anniversary. I think it's always wonderful to talk about anniversaries. And here I once again want to thank you, the Secretariat of the Committee of Ministers, because they are organizing the many events around this anniversary. You asked about more details. The official ceremony will take place on the 16th of May, back-to-back with the next ministerial session. At this occasion, the Liechtenstein presidency is also planning, I mentioned that in my speech before, the youth event, to also underline that the future of the Council of Europe, the upcoming 75 years, are very important for us. Member States have also been invited to use this opportunity to organize events back home. As we also heard it from Mr. President, the General Assembly will do, which is very much appreciated. And also in connection with our presidency, Liechtenstein is carrying out a diverse program for its citizens back home in Liechtenstein. I already mentioned that before, so I think it's also a huge opportunity for all member states to celebrate this anniversary here in Strasbourg, but also back home in our countries. Then I want to answer the question coming from Ukraine related to the children in Ukraine. The Committee of Ministers is also, as you mentioned, gravely concerned about the killings, injuries, and sexual abuse of children. the unlawful transfers of Ukrainian children by Russian forces and their deportation to the Russian Federation and Belarus or to the areas temporarily controlled or occupied by the Russian Federation and their forcible placement under custody or adoption by Russian foster families and other serious violations of their dignity and rights. All crimes committed against children must be independently investigated and their perpetrators must not go unpunished, pursuant to the general principles of international law and international humanitarian law. Given that all children of Ukraine are entitled to protection and enjoy the full range of human rights enshrined in relevant international legal instruments. A declaration on the situation of children in Ukraine was adopted by the heads of state and government at the Reykjavik summit. And I can assure you that also during our visit in Kiev, the Secretary General and we visited projects to underline the importance of protecting the children of Ukraine. And I think we gave a clear commitment that the Council of Europe will further work on that issue and that we will do whatever we can to find solution, especially also for the deported children. And before I conclude, I forgot one question, the question from Madame Valentina Grippo, Italy. You asked before a second question on Kosovo, and I just want to answer the second question, which I forgot. Apologize for that. It was regarding, as I mentioned, Kosovo, and here I just want to conclude by asking for understanding that I cannot say more than I already said in my speech. Of course, the Committee of Ministers will discuss on that. The opinion will now be transmitted to the Committee of Ministers, and on substance at this moment I just cannot say something because, as mentioned before, we did not had the chance to discuss the opinion.
Madam President of the Committee of Ministers.
Not ending with another forgotten question. Sorry, there was another last question coming from Norway, right? Yes, sorry. And a very good one, I think, to conclude also because it was really a holistic question about the follow-up to the Reykjavik principle of democracy. Thank you very much for referring to the Reykjavik Principles for Democracy adopted by the heads of state and government in Reykjavik last year. I really believe that these principles were designed to contribute to the fight against democratic backsliding and authoritarian tendencies that emerge and develop in different forms and in different places, sadly, in Europe. And I really believe that the 10 principles for democracy are like basic conditions for all modern and inclusive democratic systems. So it's really an important framework. And I mentioned it in several areas today that to ensure their implementation is going properly, the Committee of Ministers recently set up an intergovernmental expert committee called the Steering Committee for Democracy. It is made up for experts from 46 member states, and its principal mandate is to help member states to implement the Reykjavik principles and the relevant Council of Europe standards to promote and strengthen democracy. This is the first time ever that the Committee of Ministers has created a group of experts who have been invited to focus exclusively on issues of democracy at all levels of government. On the basis of the conclusions and recommendations of these experts, the Committee of Ministers will continue to bring the Reykjavik Principles for Democracy to live throughout our 46 member states. And we all know that democracy suffers from shortcomings, but we also know, as the head of states reiterated in Reykjavik, that democracy is the only way to ensure that each and every one of us can live in a peaceful, prosperous, and free society. So it is up to each and every one of us to do our part to defend and promote the Reykjavik principles for democracy. And I do believe that we did found the right framework to really assure that we are willing to implement those principles. Thank you very much.
You know, Madam Hassler, back in Athens, Greece, my country, I still am the long-lasted spokesperson. I've served for 9 years in an electric chair in the opposition party and then the government, and I never answered all the questions. So I want to thank you so much for breaking the rules that spokespersons usually have between them. So thank you so much for addressing this assembly and for answering the questions to my colleagues. And now, dear colleagues, the ballot for the election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights is still open. Those who have not yet voted may still do so by going to the foyer in the front of the hemicycle. The vote, I want to remind you, closes at 6 p.m. We now come to the joint debate on 3 reports from the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. The first is titled Alexei Navalny's Death and the Need to Counter Vladimir Putin's Totalitarian Regime and its War on Democracy. It is the document under the number 15966, presented by Mr. Emanuele Zingeris. The second is titled The Arbitrary Detention of Vladimir Kara-Murza and the Systematic Persecution of Anti-War Protesters in the Russian Federation and Belarus, document under the number 15967, presented by Mrs. Hildur Suna Evarsdottir. The third report is titled Sanctions Against Persons on the Kara-Murza List, document 15939, presented by Mr. Eric Niels Cross. This will be followed by a statement by Mrs. Evgenia Kara-Murza. In order to finish this item by 6:10 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 5:40 p.m. to allow time for the replies and the votes. We will begin, dear colleagues, with a short video of an interview with Alexei Navalny, and I will then open the debate. Let the video play.
Personally, I more believe in the contact way of delivery. So maybe it was a Negroni, maybe it was a pillow, or soap, or something inside of the room, or a towel. No one knows. But this bottle, as far as I know, the Novichok was found on the surface. So I touched something, and then I grabbed the bottle. That's why. So Novichok wasn't inside. It was outside, but all I can say on this issue is just pure speculation. But I think poisoning, not car accident, because poisoning is, as I said previously, it have a lot of room of speculation and new version and difficult to believe something, and there are no proofs. Well, it is suspicious death, but who knows what happened exactly. And the second, maybe the main goal why they're using poisoning, because it's terrifying. People just start afraid. People, it's one of the bonuses of poisoning that a lot of people start afraid. Previously, if someone would say me that Putin want to kill you, I would say no. Because, well, our previous knowledge about how he deals with it is, well, I understand I can be imprisoned, I can be harassed, that sort of thing. But, you know, killing people with a chemical weapon, it sounds crazy. It's not about me. It's about people who are represent or trying to represent. These are millions of people who don't want to live in a country where the whole power just in one hands. People, half of the country, at least half of the country, want Russia to be a normal European country, and he wants to do everything to squelch, to push back these type of thoughts and political movements. I have no idea. They are all the time making threats, and they seize in my apartment and bank accounts, and definitely they are sending signals and messages, don't come back. But I have no idea. Would I be arrested at the airport? Maybe later. Maybe I will come and they will wait until this everything settled down and then they will arrest me. Or maybe not. I have no idea. But and I think, and so far they have no idea. They just know. They just don't want me to come back, that just to avoid this problem also, because to avoid this decision, because this is the best development for them, for me being another immigrant. Well, we have a lot of people who are ready to struggle, and they're quite famous, and they, organization is working without me for months, and they operate very good. On a bigger picture, if they would kill me, it's changed nothing, because there are other people who are ready to stand on my place. But I think it's something personal with the Putin, with this strange thing. He never mentioned my name. It's something like. You never met him? No, and I never met him, and he never mentioned my name, and. I don't know why he's kind of, despite he's very, very kind of thinks a lot of himself as a Tsar or Emperor of Russia, he's a kind of on the personal level afraid of.
Dear colleagues, it was the last interview that Alexei Navalny gave to a member of this assembly, Mr. Zach Mer, and it was taken back in December 2020. I will now open the debate, and I'll call Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris, rapporteur, to present the first report. Dear Emanuelis, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor.
Dear President, dear colleagues, I'm in this chamber more like 30 years, privileged to open this assembly like a long-standing member, and I never remembered that we will came to such a stage of the war, trying to cement ourselves against the creators of the war against our democratic civilization. That is Russia and partly Belarus. In the case what Navalny just said, the German government officially stated that he was poisoned last time and saved in the hospital Charité, saved by the state-sponsored measures from Russia Federation. Connecting that to the unprecedented, not fair elections, just I have video from Leo Volkov, one of the leaders of the Navalny movement, and Yulia Navalny's speech in Munich, not to recognize Vladimir Putin as freely and fairly elected president. It was done by us, dear Teo and dear old friends from our and defendants of democracy against Lukashenko. It should be done by us against Putin. That's one of the points inside of our resolution. Second, sponsoring terrorism. Russia is sponsoring terrorism. They're hunting Democrats in every place, Russian Democrats, the best Russian people in every place of the world, or those guys who make an incredible, brave decision to be in Russia, like Vladimir Kara-Murza and Zhenya. It's a great honor to see you among us again. And instead of you, if you remember, we have always your husband, who was our best friend, especially in our Human Rights Committee, with Günther and with all our friends in the Human Rights Committee, again and again making reports. We should make concrete steps who are a little bit above our possibilities, above, dear President, our possibilities. First, decision to delete Russia from membership after invasion to Ukraine. Now, just discussed a few minutes ago about Ukrainian children taken to Russia. Torture of Ukrainians, not only like war prisoners, but Ukrainians, civil population in Russia or in occupied territories. And all those policies related to Russification and colonialization of occupied regions and bringing the pure racist ideology of Ruski Mir. So in my report today, and thank you for your many amendments, dear friends, they were mostly accepted, we would like to say that Russia's current behaviors related to their not acceptance of the dismantle of Soviet Union, it was the same like Germany not accepted the treaty from 1918, and then reacted, and in reaction was establishment of Nazi regime after few decades. The same is in Russia. 24 years of Putin regime become a time when Putin used to undermine our democracy inside of Russia, cleaning Russia from the best Russians, from the best Russian Democrats, and that is fantastically exposed by my neighbor Suna report. And of course, secondly, making wars against their neighbors, make a reconquista of the former so-called Soviet communist territory. I would like to undermine you that Bolshevik regime was never accepted like illegal, and for example, Baltic countries was never accepted like occupied countries by all Western world. Now we are trying to make our measures. So I would like to say, in order to address this barbaric and inhuman practice, the draft resolution recalls on member states to hold Russian Federation to account for its blatant disregard of its obligation under United Nations Torture Convention, including by lodging an application with the International Court of Justice. I believe that this could lead to a full exposure of Russian torture apparatus before the World Court. It would also be symbolic for our member states to come together on the 75th anniversary, dear Chairman, of the Council of Europe to safeguard one of the most fundamental guarantees of the modern civilization, the prohibition of torture. I don't believe that Alexei's death was accidental. Before, if you remember, I did the report of Boris Nemtsov, and Alexei Navalny and especially Kara-Murza was the friends of Boris. And Boris, if you remember, Boris Nemtsov said in front of all the world, Putin means war. Putin means war. And in this case, we should be not modest in our expression of our resistance. And I believe that Alexei death and Yulia Navalny's speeches, and of course, Eugenia Kara-Murza's speeches will be for us all guiding lines how to deal with that matter. So Putin is not anymore legitimate president of the Russian Federation. His so-called elections was not only far from being free and fair, was carried out in breach of Russian constitution and in manifest breach of international law, with polling stations opened in the sovereign territories of Ukraine and Republic of Moldova. Actually, in Georgia occupied territory too. Vladimir Putin is a mafia boss who clings to power using a network of his capo regimes, ranging from Dmitry Medvedev to foot soldiers in Russia and beyond. We must focus on taking down his criminal empire brick by brick, brick by brick. For this reason, the resolution proposed to tighten the sanctions screw on Russia. Actually, I would like to tell you, dear friends, and especially you, President, that Lithuania, under chairmanship of Lithuania, making this massive humiliation from our sanctions against Russia, we will try to establish a register for all those enriching themselves guys who are avoiding, in their way, avoiding sanctions. Anti-money laundering measures should be established, and we should use our frame of Council of Europe to create an umbrella for European Union, for all democratic world. Well, we are the place. I'm sorry to say, our organization become unique instrument. Dear President, we become unique instrument in the world to counteract against Putin regime and the allies like Belarus. In the case of allianship, we can mention other countries like China, Iran, North Korea, and from time to time, Cuba. Dear Mr. President, dear colleagues, the time is now to act. There can be no hesitation in applying all the measures available at our disposal to stop the regime and help Ukraine in his heroic defense. Russia has crossed all the red lines already now, invading their neighborhood. We failed to act properly then, but now we are acting. Let us learn from the experience and honor Alexei Navalny's courage and sacrifice by coming together in solidarity and putting an end to Vladimir Putin's totalitarian regime once and for all. And I would like to say about general situation about Ukraine, we are asking finally, I'm sorry that we are so based on current political situation, asking finally American Congress to make decisions and make their proposed aid to Ukraine like it was proposed in advance 7 months ago. It's a special line about that too. So thank you very much, and I hope our cooperation for this report will be incredibly important for all democratic society. Just 2 minutes ago, I received a video, and the video, I will cite the video on the end. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Emanuelis. Thank you. I now call Mrs. Toril Dursun-Eversdottir, rapporteur, to present the second report. You have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, on March 2022, the historian, politician, and winner of the Václav Havel Human Rights Prize in 2022, Vladimir Kara-Murza, gave a speech to the Arizona House of Representatives. Upon his return to Russia, he was imprisoned for making that speech. During the speech, he said the following, and I quote, "I wish we had been wrong on this, but today the whole world sees what the Putin regime is doing in Ukraine. The cluster bombs on residential areas, the bombings of maternity wards, hospitals, and schools, and the war crimes.
These are war crimes that are being committed by the dictatorial regime in the Kremlin against the nation in the middle of Europe. This is unfortunately where all the years of Putin's rule have led us. But as much as it is difficult for any of us to be a little bit optimistic and even a little bit hopeful about the future, I also want to speak about the other side of Russia to you. Very often people in the West only see the official side. They see Putin, the repression, the aggressive actions, and the war that is now happening. The other side is very often lost. The other side, of course, is that there are millions of people in my country who fundamentally reject and fundamentally disagree with everything that the Putin regime stands for and represents, from the kleptocracy to the abuses, repressions, and crimes against humanity that are being committed. Vladimir Kara-Murza was arrested in Russia just over 1 month afterwards, a few days after he made a similar statement before our committee at its May 2022 meeting in Paris. The charge was deliberately spreading false information about the Russian armed forces, after being charged with additional offenses of cooperating with an undesirable foreign NGO and high treason. On April 17, 2023, exactly 1 year ago today, Vladimir Kara-Murza was sentenced to 25 years of imprisonment. Mr. Kara-Murza had barely survived 2 previous poisoning attacks linked to the Russian authorities, and they have had a lasting negative effect on his health. During his pre-trial detention, the polyneuropathy he had been dealing with ever since his poisoning worsened and spread to both feet. For the last 6 months, Vladimir Kara-Murza has been held in complete isolation of solitary confinement in a cell, first in strict regime prison colony and then in a Siberian special regime prison colony, the harshest grade in Russia's penitentiary system. Since September 2023, he has not been receiving medical treatment, and his polyneuropathy slowly continues to deteriorate. I am also deeply concerned about the latest development regarding Vladimir's case, as the Russian authorities have recently decided to transfer him to Moscow for his Supreme Court hearing. Prison transfers in Russia are notoriously harsh and inhumane, and will most likely result in Mr. Kara-Murza being incommunicato for weeks, if not more, putting an ever greater risk to his health and his life. Despite all of this, despite the prosecution on trumped-up charges and the absurd prison sentence, despite the clear risk to his life, Vladimir Kara-Murza stays true to his beliefs. After the killing of Alexei Navalny, after which all of us feared and still feel that Vladimir Kara-Murza would be killed too, Vladimir said he would not give up the fight to make Russia a normal, free, European and democratic country. The strength I see in Vladimir Kara-Murza, I also see reflected in his wife, Yevgenia. We are honored to have you with us today, Yevgenia. By picking up your husband's campaign for a new and better Russia, you have shown enormous determination and courage. And I think the way in which you carry out your advocacy shows your brilliance and your strength. And I admire that greatly about you. You and your 3 children have been put in a situation that no one should be put in. This assembly might not be able to ensure the release of your husband. But we can ensure that your husband and others like him are recognized for what they are. They are heroes of democracy, and we should call on our governments to do everything they can to secure his release. This report is about Vladimir Kara-Murza and his important fight for justice and democracy. But it is also about the other side of Russia that Vladimir described in his speech in March and April and May of 2022. It's about the individuals who stand up against Putin's war of aggression and what we can do to better help them. The repression of such individuals has been appalling. Almost 20,000 people in Russia have been detained for their anti-war views, leading to thousands of prosecutions and lengthy prison sentences, for criticism of the war. There are now over 1,000 political prisoners in the country. Civil society and media organizations have been forced to move underground or completely eviscerated, notably through a significant growth in the application of foreign agent and undesirable organization designations that make the running of groups that have been given these undesirable labels almost impossible. The crackdown on individuals and organizations has been facilitated by a series of amendments to Russia's already draconian legislation, which have effectively criminalized even the most trivial criticism of the war or the Russian military. I have called this the unmasking of the Russian regime, because before we ousted them from this organization, and rightly so, they used to at least try to make up some reasonable charges to push against their political prisoners. They pretended that they were guilty of things like drug possession or money laundering or what have you, but now they've just criminalized dissent. It is quite clear it is forbidden to have an opinion in opposition to the Putin regime in Russia today. So they have truly been unmasked. There is no democratic facade left in the country. Dear colleagues, despite the repression, the anti-war movement has not been destroyed. It has instead gone underground. And Russians who oppose the war have adapted their activities so that they can continue expressing anti-war dissent without making immediate arrest and indefinite imprisonment a certainty. Now, Russia and Belarus are different countries, dear colleagues, with different histories, traditions, culture, and governments. But sadly, the populations of both have been subjected to severe repression for any opposition to the war of aggression against Ukraine. In Belarus, the authoritarian legislative changes following the 2020 protest movement had already significantly expanded the capacity of the government to carry out politically motivated repression. And this has been used to severely repress anti-war protest and speech. In the draft resolution, the Assembly expresses its solidarity with the many Russians and Belarusians who speak out against the war of aggression, and I urge you all to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Savardottir, and now call Mr. Eric Niels Cross, rapporteur, to present the third report. And as you know, you have 7 minutes now and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, as you heard this afternoon, we discussed 3 reports dealing with different aspects of the war on democracy waged by Vladimir Putin's criminal regime. And I'm not using some weird metaphor, but this is actually language from one of the reports that we have on hand today. My own contribution to this debate relates to the persecution of our colleague, our friend Vladimir Kara-Murza, and the need to hold to account all participants of his persecution. But first, since my report itself is very simple and straightforward, I allow myself a few general remarks. If one thinks about the atmosphere, the mood in this very hall today and during this week, and actually since March 2022, when we finally expelled Russia from this institution, and compares it to the mood just 3, 4, 5 years ago, we might think that we live now in a totally different world. But the sad truth is that we don't. It is just that this institution has finally and belatedly woken up to the reality. The reality that was sadly forming also under our watch, at least since 2006, and actually the signs of which were there since Putin took power in Russia in 1999. When Vladimir Kara-Murza, now the holder of Václav Havel Human Rights Prize and Putin's political prisoner #1, visited Council of Europe last time, that was about 3, 4 years ago, he had difficulties getting access to this building. we had to formally name him an advisor to the Estonian delegation so that the Secretariat would give him access badge. That was because the Russian delegation, the so-called parliamentarians of Putin's Yedinaya Russia party, did not want Vladimir to be here. And the institution that defends human rights tried to accommodate them and made it difficult for Vladimir to enter. And I remind you, that was when Vladimir had already been poisoned twice by Putin's regime. So yes, we have come a very long way from that situation, and I am starting to be proud of this institution for finally standing up to its values. And I'm far from doing the blame and shame game, and I do not belong to the camp that says that the satanic West and NATO, the European Union, Council of Europe are to blame for what is going on in the world. We all know who is to be blamed, and he is named in our reports through and through. You can read it. But still, never forget to also look into the mirror. And I think we have all learned the lesson that it's time to be honest, and the only way to win this war that is waged against democracy is to name the names, be honest in our assessments, and only then we can formulate the right responses. Because we have to admit we failed at least until March 2020. We failed to make Russia, then the member of Council of Europe, to live up to its taken obligations, to honor any of the resolutions, our resolutions, that we had all passed. We took Russia back into the assembly despite that we had said that we don't before it returns Crimea to Ukraine. We didn't do anything meaningful when Russia invaded Georgia, when Russia falsified elections, when Russia started to repress Putin's political enemies, when Russia killed free media, killed civil society, meddled in other countries' elections, started to kill its opponents, killed Politkovskaya, killed Litvinenko, killed Boris Nemtsov. That all happened before we readmitted Russia. So yes, we did fail. And now we are where we are. Now we are discussing 3 reports that describe the situation in Russia frankly. And that is a good thing. But if you read them, it's terrifying reading. For example, one of the chapters in the report, in Emanuelis' report, says, after more than 20 years of Vladimir Putin's iron grip over the Russian Federation, its transition to a totalitarian state appears complete. End of quote. One of the reports is titled Alexei Navalny's Death and the Need to Counter Vladimir Putin's Totalitarian Regime and its War on Democracy. And this entails both internal repression and external aggression. Vladimir Kara-Murza told us at the committee meeting, reminded us of an old truth, that spread of growth of internal repression in Russia always develops into external aggression. So repression and the aggression are 2 sides of the same coin. So in essence, the process that brought us to today, to Bucha and massive missile attacks against Ukrainian civilians and bloodshed at the front lines, it started with repressions inside Russia. Repressions that we as Europeans did not deter. When you enter this building, you read the slogan, 75 years of Council of Europe, united around values, our values. Well, clearly we were not united enough. And I'm not a big fan of military terminology in diplomatic language and political language. It's mostly used by people who never saw war, and then they are shooting and using ranks and armies in their language. But I'm finding it harder and harder not to use it today. We are talking about war on democracy. And if the question is, what should we do about it? then I can't find a better word than to say we should deter. Deterrence is a military word, but unfortunately it should be applied today also on this attack against human rights, democratic values. We have to deter the aggressor against democracy. In a war against democracies, I think where should we stand? I think there are three choices. We should be victims. Some of us already are. Some member states already are. Or we could be stand-byers, and that would make us complicit with a crime. Or then we should be warriors defending democracies. I see no other choice for this House to be warriors to defend us all and our values. So my report today about the list of persons involved in repressions against our friend Vladimir is first far too late. Vladimir has been in prison for 2 years. We have debated it almost for 2 years, but at least it's here. I hope we all vote for it. It didn't deter Vladimir's arrest, but it might help to deter next arrests. We name every single Russian official who has been involved, from judges to prison guards. This is an open list. We will add names as they occur. And we should do more. We should now seriously start to do everything we can to exchange Vladimir Kara-Murza from Putin's prison. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kroes. Dear colleagues, last week on 11 April marked 2 years since Vladimir Kara-Murza has been detained. He was furthermore sentenced last year to 25 years in a mockery of judgment on treason and other fictitious charges. Showing an incredible courage, Vladimir chose to stay in Russia, believing it was his duty to be there and to fight alongside the opponents who bravely defy the terrorist regime of Mr. Putin. For this, the Russian leadership decided to silence him. To make matters worse, he was moved in January to a high-security prison in Siberia, in isolation, in a 6-meter square cell, despite suffering from health problems that result from 2 poisoning attempts. Dear Evgenia, from the day when your husband was jailed, you have tirelessly traveled across the world to plead for his liberation. But your commitment does not only concern your husband, it is for all the political prisoners asking for their liberation. You once declared, the Russian regime targets the most courageous, the most principled, those Russians who risk not only their freedom, but very often their lives, to show to the world that a different Russia is possible. Your husband, in his speech before the tribunal, said, I also know that the day will come when the darkness over our country will dissipate, when black will be called black, and white will be called white, when at the official level it will be recognized that 2 times 2 is still 4, when a war will be called a war, a usurper, and when those who kindled and unleashed this war, rather than those who tried to stop it, will be recognized as criminals. Dear Evgenia, while you were entering this room and sitting there in this front seat, I saw you alone, but I want to reassure you that having invited you many times here, we want this assembly to prove that you are not alone. Please take the floor.
Mr. President, Secretary General of the Parliamentary Assembly, Your Excellencies, members of the Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I'm deeply grateful for this opportunity to address all of you today. For the last 2 years since my husband's imprisonment, my main goal has been to be the strongest voice possible for the people I am proud to call my compatriots. I believe that their voices deserve to be heard. Their struggle deserves to be recognized, and their stories deserve to be known, because these are stories of courage, resilience, and refusal to give up against all odds. By the most conservative estimates of Memorial, Russia's most respected human rights organization and co-laureate of the Nobel Peace Prize, the number of political prisoners in the country approaches 700 people. While the total number of Russians who face criminal or administrative punishment since 2018 for exercising free speech, according to a recent media investigation, comes to an astonishing 116,000 people. There have been more political trials under Vladimir Putin's 4th presidential term alone than under Soviet leaders Nikita Khrushchev and Leonid Brezhnev combined. We see people being persecuted for laying flowers to slain opposition leaders Boris Nemtsov and Alexei Navalny, and any kind of anti-war speech in a country whose government has for 2 years been carrying on a war of aggression against Ukraine is harshly punished, very often with Stalin-era prison terms. According to OVD Info, among around 20,000 unlawfully detained during the first year of the full-scale invasion alone, there were at least 565 minors, and criminal proceedings were opened against many of them before they reached the age of 18. 17-year-old Yegor Balazeykin was sentenced to 6 years of imprisonment for a failed attempt to set a conscription center on fire. Yegor is suffering from a chronic liver disease, and his condition in detention is rapidly deteriorating. 18-year-old Daria Kozyreva, who calls herself the right kind of patriot, is facing years in prison for a poster with a quote from Ukrainian poet Taras Shevchenko. Vladimir's and my daughter, oldest daughter, also turned 18 recently. She was 9 when her father was poisoned for the first time, and 11 when he yet again was in a coma, suffering from a multiple organ failure following a second poisoning attack. For the last 7 months, Vladimir is being held in solitary confinement of a disciplinary cell in a maximum security prison colony in Western Siberia, where he is serving a 25-year sentence for so-called high treason for 5 public speeches, where he denounced the war of aggression against Ukraine and raised awareness about the ongoing crisis with human rights in Russia. The last time our kids spoke to their dad was last December. That was a 15-minute phone call. We have 3 kids, which meant that each of them got 5 minutes on the phone with their dad, and I had to measure those minutes with a timer. Maria Ponomarenko, Alexei Moskalyov, Natalia Filonova, Andrei Pivovarov, Evgeny Berkovich, Alexei Liptser, Vadim Kobzev. These are just a few names of loving parents who were deprived of the right to raise their children because they refused to stay silent in face of the many crimes committed by this regime, for teaching their kids through their own example that one has the obligation to act when faced with the evil. The regime has brought back the entire arsenal of Soviet-style repressive instruments to eradicate dissent and scare people into silence. Punitive psychiatry, first introduced by then KGB chairman Yuri Andropov in 1969 to silence dissent, has made its bone-chilling comeback. The use of intimidation and torture by Russian law enforcement authorities does not even surprise anyone anymore. Political prisoners with pre-existing medical conditions are routinely deprived of medical care and are repeatedly sent to disciplinary cells on ridiculous grounds and in violation of the Russian law. Alexei Gorinov, Alexander Skochilenko, Yuri Dmitriev, Igor Baryshnikov, Zarima Musaeva, and Yegor Balazeykin are among those whose lives are in imminent danger because their health is rapidly deteriorating in the absence of medical care. Thousands of Ukrainian civilian hostages and kidnapped children are held captive in Russia, often in torturous conditions and in clear violation of the international law. With independent media banned and blocked, civil society institutions destroyed or under extreme pressure, international observers and rapporteurs consistently denied entry to the country, we really have only a vague idea of the scale of repression in Russia. Just like in the Soviet times, all those who publicly reject the official narrative are being portrayed by the Russian authorities as criminals, extremists, spies, traitors, or insane people. This is why it is crucially important to maintain a continuous dialogue with the oppressed civil society and support the work of those human rights organizations, independent journalists, civil society groups, and lawyers who do their best, both inside and outside of the country, to monitor and report on the situation against all odds. In this context, the importance of the work carried out by PACE rapporteurs, Sunever's daughter, Emanuele Zingeres, and Eric Niels Cross, cannot be overestimated, and I'm very grateful for their reports on the systematic character of repression against anti-war protesters in Russia, on the use of targeted sanctions against human rights violators, and on the murder of Alexei Navalny, and the very much needed response, strong response to that by the international community. I'm often asked if there is an alternative to Vladimir Putin. Well, you're watching Vladimir Putin using the powerful Soviet-style repressive state machine to try and destroy that alternative right before your eyes. The regime targets the most courageous, the most principled, those Russians who risk not only their freedom, but very often their lives to show you that Russia can be different. Chairman of the board of Memorial Alia Karlov, historian with Memorial Yuri Dmitriev, politicians Ilya Yashin, Ksenia Fadeeva and Lilia Chanisheva, President of the Bar Association of the Udmurtia region Dmitry Talantov, poet Artem Kamardin, playwright Svetlana Petrychuk, journalist Antonina Favorskaya and Olga Komleva. Hundreds and hundreds of brave people ended up behind bars because their human integrity did not allow them to stay silent in the face of the atrocities committed by the regime. They are the alternative. As are my incredibly committed and intrepid colleagues from the Free Russia Foundation, Memorial, OVD Info, ethnic minority movements, Association Russie Liberté, the feminist anti-war resistance, the Go by the Forest Project, the Anti-War Committee, the Anti-Corruption Foundation, and many other civil society groups and organizations working tirelessly to bring closer the day when the regime in the Kremlin collapses. They are the alternative. Those who are opposing Vladimir Putin's murderous regime today represent that Russia that Boris Nemtsov and Alexei Navalny fought and died for. You saw tens of thousands of these people standing for hours in lines across the country, not just in big metropolises, but also faraway provincial centers like Novorossiysk or Gorno-Altaysk, to sign the petitions required for the nomination of Boris Nadezhdin, the only candidate who was preparing to run on an anti-war platform. You saw thousands and thousands of them on March the 1st, lining the streets to pay tribute to yet another assassinated opposition leader, Alexei Navalny. Under surveillance cameras and in heavy police presence, the crowds defiantly chanted, "No to war, and Russia will be free." You saw thousands and thousands of them turning up at polling stations in Russia and capitals across the world to take part in the Noon Against Putin protests on March the 17th. For as long as Vladimir Putin stays in power, internal repression and external aggression will continue. And the only true guarantee for peace and stability on this continent is a democratic Russia that will respect the rights of its own citizens and live in peace with its neighbors. If Putin is allowed to destroy that vision of Russia, the free world will be left with no other options but to deal with this decrepit, vile dictator and him alone. I call on you to stand with my compatriots who carry the vision of a free and democratic Russia. I wholeheartedly support the PACE Resolution 2519 from October the 13th of last year that followed the report by PACE Rapporteur Peter Omczyk, who examined the legitimacy and legality of Vladimir Putin's term limit waiver, and I call on you to send a clear and unequivocal signal to the Kremlin that Vladimir Putin is no longer considered a legitimate ruler of the Russian Federation and will be treated as he should, a usurper, a dictator, and a war criminal wanted by the ICC. And I would like to finish with my husband's words, and I quote, "It is my hope that when people in the free world today think and speak about Russia, they will remember not only the war criminals who are sitting in the Kremlin, but also those who are standing up to them, because we are Russians too." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Evgenia, for your most interesting and emotional address. We will keep the words of your husband. He said, even today, even in the darkness surrounding us, even sitting in this cage, I love my country and believe in our people. I want you to believe in us and to believe to this applaud and to what this assembly has already decided and is discussing continuously about Vladimir Putin's regime and the help that we can provide. We will be standing by you. We know that you have a heavy burden on your shoulders, you and your children. We will try to walk with you towards the freedom of your husband and the freedom of your country. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, we are going on. I will give now the floor to the speakers on behalf of political groups. From the United European Left, Mr. Paul Govan. Dear Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to very much thank the last speaker for the absolutely powerful oration. On behalf of the United European Left, I want to commend the rapporteurs for these important reports. I want to speak first about the report on Alexei Navalny's death. I think the essence of the report is captured in paragraph 4, which states that the Assembly considers that the Russian state bears full responsibility for the killing of Alexei Navalny, who was subjected to torture, inhuman and degrading treatment in violation of the judgments and interim measures of the European Court of Human Rights. Many others have died at the hands of this regime and are mentioned in this report. Restrictive legislation ensures that independent voices, such as human rights defenders and independent media outlets, are now heavily restricted. Changes to the law on so-called foreign agents, or undesirable organizations as they're termed, has imposed restrictions and forced the closure of many non-governmental organizations. Large numbers of activists, human rights defenders and journalists are either in prison or have been forced into exile. But colleagues, this is not just in Russia, but also in member states of this institution. Persecution of the media has become commonplace and systematic. Extrajudicial harassment, arrests, and the use of administrative fines and trumped-up criminal charges have been employed to repress journalists. And the example of Vladimir Kara-Murza, who's been detained since April 2022, is clear. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison last year. Amnesty International have described the charges against Kara-Murza as politically motivated because of his anti-war views. And this Assembly must be resolute in calling for his freedom and calling for an end to the persecution of anti-war protesters. But I have to say, I'm struck by the similarities in relation to Mr. Kara-Murza and Julian Assange. Both people imprisoned unjustly, both left in solitary confinement. The big difference, of course, being that Julian is imprisoned in a member state of this organisation. Because, colleagues, we can't be in favour of journalistic freedom only in some countries. Navalny is now dead, as are Jamal Khashoggi and Daphne Caruana Galizia. The process of keeping activists and journalists like Vladimir or Julian imprisoned is itself punishment. And coincidentally, Julian marked 5 years in jail on the same date of April 11th that Mr. Kara-Murza was put into prison 2 years ago. His health is deteriorating, and experts on both sides of the case agree that his conditions will get worse if he's sent to US prisons. Essentially, even without the death penalty, Julian will be buried alive. Julian's case makes it clear that it is a crime here in the West to report on war crimes. It's really important that diplomatic assurances are not misused by member states as a fig leaf to extradite prisoners to countries where there is a credible risk of torture or death. So in conclusion, I call for the freedom for Kara-Murza and freedom for Julian Assange.
Thank you, Paul. On behalf of the Socialists, Democrats and Greens, Mr. Antonio Gutierrez Limones. Antonio.
I'm going to speak Spanish.
Many thanks for the outstanding work done by Mr. Zingeris, Mrs. Eversdottir and Mr. Cross, the rapporteurs of the 3 reports before us, as well as Mrs. Evgenia Kara-Murza for her testimony and her courage. Dear colleagues, today from the Socialist Group we would like to call out and condemn the persecution, detention and murder of Alexei Navalny, as well as the persecution and illegal detention of Vladimir Kara-Murza. And through them, we also condemn the situation faced by all political prisoners. Navalny and Kara-Murza are emblematic of the fight against totalitarianism and populism of all kinds. They know all too well that what does not end in misery will end in tragedy. They represent all of us, and that is why we cannot remain indifferent to their plight. That is why I would like to talk to you about the danger of indifference. Etymologically, indifference means no difference. Elie Wiesel, the Nobel Peace Prize winner and Holocaust survivor, said that indifference is a strange and artificial place between light and darkness, between dusk and dawn, between crime and punishment, between cruelty and compassion, between good and evil. Indeed, indifference is attractive. It draws us in. It seduces us. It's so much easier to distance ourselves from the victim, to see them from afar, so as not to have them in our lives, because that would mean engaging with their pain, their despair. And of course, that would disrupt our daily lives. It would disrupt our work, it would disrupt our dreams, and it would disrupt our ambitions. Wiesel also said that indifference is not a beginning, but rather an end. It's always on the side of the enemy, it always supports the aggressor, it never supports the victim, and the victim's pain is only exacerbated when they feel forgotten. Alexei Navalny, the homeless refugees from Ukraine, the starving children of Gaza, the young women of Afghanistan, Kara-Murza, and all other political prisoners in Russia, in Belarus, or in the rest of the world, the last thing that they can allow themselves to think of in the solitude of their cell is that their struggle and their suffering might be met with indifference by their fellow human beings. Indeed, not sharing, not engaging with their plight, with their pain, with their anguish, is tantamount to denying them their last spark of hope. And in so doing, we would be exiling them from our personal memory and from our collective memory. And when we deny them their humanity, we also betray our own humanity, and thereby we deny ourselves as human beings. The Council of Europe was born to defend the values of democracy, the rule of law, and human rights. That means combating all forms of injustice. So, dear colleagues, today, by adopting these 3 resolutions, we not only want to achieve justice, we also want to bring a ray of hope to all those who suffer from social injustice around the world. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Antonio. I now give the floor to Madame Marie-Christine Dalloz on behalf of the EPP Group.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, President. Madam Rapporteur, Messrs. Rapporteurs, thank you for your work in the shape of the reports you have presented. We learnt the devastating news of Alexei Navalny's death with great sadness. His exceptional courage and his absolute determination turned out to be insufficient faced with the increasing viciousness of a totalitarian regime for whom no violence is too much. He should never have been imprisoned. He was sentenced to 19 years in prison without any good reason. The case against him was without any foundation. And despite the large number of official reactions which condemned his conviction and called for his immediate release, the UN and the ECHR, nevertheless, he was imprisoned in inhumane conditions and ultimately transferred to one of the harshest colonies in Russia, which is where he died. The Russian authorities must be held responsible for this tragedy. Vladimir Putin's regime is an ever more threatening and violent regime. The people of Russia are victim number one of this. Vladimir Putin's re-election, which was a travesty of an election and shamelessly rigged, is not the reflection of a democratic choice. Political opponents are mercilessly persecuted and imprisoned. Vladimir Kara-Murza, who is a Russian and a British citizen, is currently sitting out a sentence of 25 years in prison, which has no justification and which is incompatible with his state of health. His wife, whom I welcome and greet, is in favor of an exchange of political prisoners when human life is in play. I endorse this position and this courageous request. The people of Russia demonstrated courageous and very moving humanity at Alexei Navalny's funeral, but unfortunately, the people of Russia do not seem to be able to face the political repression head-on. But we must not lose hope. I'm thinking of what Ilya Yashin, another political opponent, wrote. He's also been sentenced to 8.5 years in prison. He said that Vladimir Putin, by killing Alexei Navalny, has immortalized his dream of a free and open Russia. And we can believe in a democratic Russia. Alexei Navalny's work will survive him. All members of the Council of Europe will always work for this comment for freedom and peace, because Vladimir Putin's out-and-out offensive against democracy is a threat for the whole European continent. The EPP group is naturally in favor of the resolution tabled today. Thank you.
On behalf of the European Conservatives, I call now Alexei Navalny.
Thank you, President. Dear colleagues, we need to give an honest answer on the question, who is Russian opposition? And the answer is Vladimir Kara-Murza. Yes, he is Russian opposition because he fought and he continues to fight even in prison. Russian Volunteer Corps, which now is fighting together with Ukrainian armed forces against Putin and his army, they are real opposition. So the place of Russian opposition now is not in the restaurants of Monaco, drinking wine there, but in the forests on the border between Ukraine and Russia, fighting against Putin and his barbarians. That is the place of real Russian opposition, real opposition. And we need to help them, not to give millions of dollars to some unknown accounts, people saying something on some international conferences, but to buy arms and weapons and bullets to those who are really fighting. That's our aim. That's what we should do. So please don't mess it. That is very important. At least place of Russian opposition now is near US Congress, standing there and asking finally to make a decision to give money to Ukrainian armed forces to fight, to stop this evil. That is a real place. And by the way, by this resolution, our assembly is addressing to the US Congress, asking, please stop these endless debates, useless debates, make a decision, step in, support to protect our freedom and common values. We are looking for you now. And we don't want to hear any excuses anymore. That's very important today. And what I want to add, to end and to say to you, we really need, and I call those in Russia who say that they are against, we need Russian von Stauffenberg, nobody else. Russian von Stauffenberg who will do their job and stop this evil and destroy this empire and kill those in Russia who are killing all of us and want to kill all of us. That's the only way. We don't have any other, unfortunately. And just to tell you, we are now saying about some names, lists. We know many names, but I want to tell you that today in Ukraine, where again killed people in the city of Chernihiv, whom their names you've never heard, and you will never hear their names. But again, women and children were killed by Russian missiles while we are debating here. And I want to ask you to pay memory for them by a minute of silence, those who were killed today by Russian missile attack in the city of Chernihiv of Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alexei. Rizia Petru, on behalf of ALDE, is next.
Thank you. First of all, let me thank Evgenia for being with us today and for your testimony. Let me start by saying that the death of Alexei Navalny was one of the most important events in modern Russian history, a sort of the turning point. Russian Federation today is a state which bans the existence of any political opposition. Today, there are over 1,000 political prisoners in Russia and 1,500 in Belarus. There are probably many others which are not formally political prisoners. And the question is, what kind of lesson we're going to draw from this tragic event? Firstly, it has to be said, Russian state bears full responsibility for killing Alexei Navalny. Secondly, most of those responsible for participating in the persecution of Navalny are well known. These are prison staff, police officers, prosecutors and judges. All of them, I'm saying all of them, should be on the list of human rights violators sanctioned under European human rights sanction regime. And thirdly, we must not forget about those who are fighting for a democratic Russia in prisons and gulags. Let me name a few of them. Let me start, of course, with Vladimir Kara-Murza, received 25-year sentence. Oleg Orlov, 3-year sentence. Alexei Gorinov, 7 years. Sasha Skochilenko, 7 years. Ilya Yashin, 9 years. I have just mentioned 5 names, but there are hundreds more. We should appeal for their release with a full list of names of political prisoners in Russia. One cannot forget Belarus, where the regime conducts similar policy towards opposition. Let me name just 2 of those fighting for a free and democratic Belarus in prisons or penal colony. Maria Kolesnikova, she received 11-year sentence. Alesh Bialatsky, 10-year sentence. What's important, families of those 2 and of many others have not seen them for more than a year. They don't know where they are, even though they don't know whether they are still alive. Let me come back to Russia and to Mr. Kara-Murza. As it was said, he was sentenced in 2023 for 25 years imprisoned for criticizing the Russian war against Ukraine. But there is a list of 51 individuals responsible for this persecution. All of them, and those who will be added to that list because this is an open list, should be subject to targeted sanctions under the Magnitsky Act. It's important to add that Mr. Kara-Murza could be included in any exchange of Russian spies held by Western states against political prisoners. And finally, one has to remember there is a strong link between Russia, oppression against political opposition, and the war with Ukraine. That's why it's so important to call for a concrete support to Ukraine defenders now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Petru. Now we are going to the next list. The speakers list starts with Petra Bayer. Petra.
Thank you, Diadoros. I remember very well, it was directly after the expulsion of Russia from the Council of Europe when we started to debate and had concerns how Russia would handle their ban of the death penalty. And that was indeed a very interesting juridical debate, but it was a very abstract debate, because the factual debate is that death penalty and extrajuridical convictions are existing in Russia. And it's not just that the death of Alexei Navalny that proves that, it's that Russia never deterred to impose state murderer, and it was not only after the expulsion of the Council of Europe. I remember Boris Nemtsov 2015, Anna Politkovskaya 2016, Alexander Litvinenko 2006, Sergei Skripal 2018, and many, many more. We can continue this list, you know, quite long. And it is due to this failure to respect human rights, democracy, and rule of law that many relatives, many wives of political prisoners become active. Just to mention Yulia Navalnaya, Yevgenia Kara-Murza, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, because I also consider Belarus as a political appendix of the imperial Russian regime, and many, many more. These women are forced to get politically active, and they start by fighting for the survival of their beloved ones, of their husbands. And as we know that political prisoners are not an individual problem, but a structural one, they end up as human rights defenders, as advocates for democracy, as opposition leaders sometimes. The Equality Committee yesterday adopted unanimously a report where I write about women human rights defenders. It will be in the plenary here in June, and we can continue this debate of wives that are politically active. But let me end by mentioning that I recently had the chance to meet Russian opposition activists in Austria, and I received a list of trustful opposition activists which are important to support. And in particular, I would like to mention exiled journalists who play a very important role to provide information beyond these fake news that Russian people are used to receive. And I think it's really imperative to support them. So please also ask in your countries back home, your Russian diaspora activists, how you could support them, what your contribution could be, because I think it's so important that they work on the foundation for a democratic Russia after Putin. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Petra. Next speaker is Yuri Kamelchuk.
Dear President, dear colleagues, dear Emmanuelis, Putin is a champion of human rights violation, the destruction of political competitors, and the destruction of the foundations of democracy in the world. The Kremlin terrorist came to power and keeps it only by means of intimidation, bribery, and terror. The Moscovite Empire distorts history, steals cultural achievements, and considers itself a great power that cannot be ignored. The Kremlin's terrorist regime has focused on its main goal to intimidate the whole world and make everyone turn a blind eye to their crimes. Putin steals Ukrainian children, nuclear power plant, destroys hospitals and schools, and fires dozens of cities every day. Today, the city of Chernihiv received a blow to the city center. 13 dead, more than 60 wounded, 3 children between them. 6 people are considered missing. But Ukraine does not give up. We do not accept white flags, offer and territory surrenders. We fight even if there is not enough ammunition, even if there is not light. We are fighting for free and captive Ukrainians. We are fighting to return children, families, cities, and villages in order to restore justice and pledge the artificially created Moscow Empire to stop and forget forever its aggressive ambitions. We must clearly understand that the so-called Russian Church is another tool of FSB, KGB for propaganda and sale of Moscow spies. And anyone who helps Russians avoid sanctions is helping Putin's army carry out the acts of terror and violence that rock the world with the Bucha. We can win this war when all the countries of the world show real courage and stop trade with Moscow, freeze all Russian assets and direct them to the defense of Ukraine, to the restoration of energy and air defense equipment. We demand that Russia release all prisoners, return the children, and return control over Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station. We call for the provision of air defense equipment, ammunition, and aircraft to Ukraine. And only when we win, showing the power of world democracy, the power of a free Europe, we can start talking about the decolonized future of Russia and Belarus, about the independence of Ichkeria, about the decolonization of Moldova and Georgia, about the end of the era of free people enslaved by Russia, who will choose the way of free life. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuri. Marco Dreosto is next.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, in a democracy where the opposition is a bedrock, events such as what has happened to Navalny and the disgraceful treatment handed out to all the other opponents of Putin leave us dismayed and show how we are faced with a regime and an authoritarian system which we absolutely have to stand up to. In the days following Navalny's death in Italy, a demonstration was organized to demonstrate the unity of the political world at that dramatic time and to denounce the blow inflicted by the Russian regime. Proudly, my party too, the Lega, participated with a large delegation to demonstrate our geopolitical stance rooted in the values of the West, rooted in the values of freedom. The changing international scene has to be addressed with intellectual honesty in Ukraine, with the unconscionable war of aggression waged by Russia in the Middle East, with Iran and its proxies like Hamas, Hezbollah and the Houthis, the conflict in Israel, in the Far East, with China's designs on the Strait of Taiwan. This is how the autocratic powers are joining forces, defying the West and its freedoms. And it is for that very reason that to oppose these regimes, there's a need for us to remain united and to bolster our cooperation. But above all, and this is a call free of polemics, there's a need to avoid doing what they are doing. And I'm referring, obviously, to what happened yesterday in Brussels, where a conference organized by the right-wing movements, the rooms were shut off after a number of left-wing mayors from Brussels boroughs had imposed political pressures to avoid the conference being held, at which right-wing journalists, intellectuals and politicians, including ministers and former heads of government, wished to meet and debate. Why? Because they didn't agree with our ideas. And to cries of stop the extreme right, where the only thing that was extreme was the position of these mayors, they sought to boycott those who think differently. And this really shouldn't be happening in the capital of Europe, Brussels. This happens in Tehran with the Ayatollahs, in Moscow, as we've said, and we're discussing it now, where the police arrests and seals off the opposition. It happens in Beijing, where you need to brandish the little red book to avoid being imprisoned, and it is to tackle these regimes that we cannot conduct ourselves as they do. We should not, above all, behave as true democracies, debating and giving everyone an opportunity to speak out and debate, avoiding cordons sanitaires around opposing political forces, even those who have the diametrically opposed views to ours. Only thereby can we demonstrate indeed our greatest strength. Long live freedom, long live free speech.
Claude Kern is next.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I'd like to thank our three colleagues for these reports, which strongly denounce attacks on human rights of a completely unacceptable nature, which have been committed by the regime in power in Russia. President Vladimir Putin is not simply leading a war of aggression against Ukraine, he's also leading a war against democracy. And this war is equally directed against his own people and all democratic nations. After the murders of Sergei Magnitsky and Boris Nemtsov, it was Alexei Navalny's turn to fall victim to the blows of Moscow's regime last February. Please allow me to pay tribute on this occasion to the work that's been done by our former colleague Jacques Mayer, whose interview with Alexei Navalny you have broadcast. In spite of all these dangers, part of the Russian people goes on fighting against oppression. Many thousands of people went to Alexei Navalny's funeral in spite of police surveillance and the risk of arbitrarily being arrested there. Vladimir Kara-Murza is one of those people who have been subjected to arbitrary detention in particularly terrible conditions. I welcome the presence of his wife here today, who has come to tell us about the fate that has been reserved for him. Arrested after bearing witness before our Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, he was sentenced to 25 years in prison for treason and spreading false information on the Russian army after a sham trial that was held in private. In fact, his arrest was directly linked to his fight for human rights. Even if the Russian Federation is no longer part of the Council of Europe, our organization has the duty to support Mr. Kara-Murza. The adoption of the draft resolution that we have before us today will bear witness to our solidarity with Vladimir Kara-Murza. This is an important message, even if it is obviously not enough in itself. That is why I call upon you to have a mobilization of the member states of our organization so as to obtain his freedom. I would also wish for sanctions of a Magnitsky type, which will allow us to sanction those who are responsible for prisons, prosecutors, and judges who took part in his persecution to be implemented. Finally, I would like us all to have a thought for the many other political prisoners in Russia whose number, unfortunately, is going up steadily. According to the Russian NGO OVD Info, almost 20,000 people have been put in administrative detention for their anti-war position between February 24th, 2022 and December 17th, 2023. Let us not forget them.
Merci, Claude. Jeremy Corbyn is next. Jeremy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I thank those that have drafted the very important reports that we've had before us today, as we mourn the deaths that have happened in Russia, and we mourn those that have been placed in prison, and the very powerful message that we heard this afternoon from Mrs. Kara-Murza. This is a poignant debate because when a war takes place, as there is the terrible war going on at the moment in Ukraine, three things happen. Truth is hidden, thousands lose their lives, and the liberties of people in all countries are put at risk as a result of this. I wanted to raise the issues of the numbers of people in Russia who are in prison, who are anti-war activists. I count myself as part of a big anti-war movement in my own country and in all around the world. And we have to stand up for the right of people in all societies to dissent from what their governments are doing, however difficult it might be for them. I want to draw attention to one particular prisoner in Russia at the moment, Boris Kagarlitsky. Boris Kagarlitsky is almost unique in the sense that he's been arrested and imprisoned on three separate occasions. Once during the period of the Soviet Union, when he was arrested and imprisoned as being an anti-Soviet activist. Secondly, when he was arrested and imprisoned when Boris Yeltsin was Prime Minister because he opposed the economic chaos that happened at the time of the end of the Soviet Union. And thirdly, he was arrested and imprisoned very recently in 2023 because of his opposition to the war in Ukraine. And he's now been placed in a penal colony for 5 years and banned for 2 years after that from taking part in any kind of social media activities. He and hundreds of others who stood up against the war in Ukraine, as have other people in other parts of the world, deserve our recognition and deserve our support. Amnesty International said of his verdict, "This verdict is a blatant abuse of vague anti-terrorist legislation weaponized to suppress dissent and punish a government critic." They are absolutely right on that. As others have said, though, however, we should be a bit more careful and sometimes a bit more self-critical. In my own country, Julian Assange has now had 5 years in a maximum security prison, who's convicted of nothing in Britain that would merit that kind of prison sentence. His crime is telling the truth to the rest of the world. And also, very recently, last weekend, 2 people who themselves are critical of the war in Gaza were prevented from speaking in Germany. That's Yanis Varoufakis and Dr. Abu Sitta. We have to stand up equally and powerfully for human rights and the freedom of speech wherever it takes us, however uncomfortable those arguments sometimes are.
Thank you, Jeremy. Natalia Davidovich is next.
Dear colleagues, persecution based on political criteria in Russia is becoming really widespread. The youngest political prisoner is 14 years old. The oldest is 88. We see that people are persecuted for putting flowers in memory of Alexei Navalny, and any speech against the war in Ukraine is severely punished. Vladimir Kara-Murza is serving 25 years in a strict regime prison for criticizing Russia's war against Ukraine. This is the longest prison term ever imposed on someone who had criticized Putin. Before this, the Russian regime tried to kill him twice. The repressive system uses all means to make the detention of political prisoners unbearable, both physically and mentally. A Moscow municipal deputy, Alexei Gorinov, became the first person to be convicted for anti-war statements under the charges of so-called fakes about the Russian army. The court sentenced him to 7 years in prison. Gorinov is missing a part of a lung, and he doesn't receive the necessary care in detention. The 64-year-old engineer Igor Baryshnikov was sentenced to 7.5 years in a penal colony for his post about the killing of civilians in Bucha, even though he has cancer. He was denied tumor surgery and his condition became critical. Baryshnikov was not even allowed to attend his mother's funeral. Artist Sasha Skochelenko was sent to prison for changing price tags in a store to pieces of paper with information about the Russian army's crimes in Ukraine. Her chronic health problem worsened in prison. Journalist Maria Ponomarenko was sentenced to 6 years in a penal colony for a post about Russia's bomb attack on the drama theater in Mariupol, where hundreds of people were killed. The journalist reports regular mistreatment in the colony, sudden searches and forced undressing before seeing the lawyer, organized bullying through other convicts. 10 days ago, Russian volunteer Alexander Demidenko, who helped Ukrainian refugees return to their homeland, died in a pre-trial detention center. His son said that his father complained about being tortured. According to him, he was tied to a battery and shot under his feet. The egregious cases I have listed are only the tip of the iceberg of the Russian repressive machine. Against this background, it is alarming that in Europe, the voices of those who say, these are not our problems and this is not our war, are becoming louder and louder. We must realize that Putin is not just at war with Ukraine or with his opposition. Putin is trying to destroy what we call European values, which are the foundation on which this organization was built. And if he is not stopped now, one day he will destroy both our values and our world. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Nadezhda Yordanova is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, today we're discussing 3 resolutions that are dealing with different aspects of one monstrosity, threatening our home of freedom, democracy and rule of law, Putin's totalitarian regime and its war on democracy. I'd like to thank our rapporteurs for their excellent work. Thank you. I'll support the 3 resolutions. The murder of Alexei Navalny on behalf of Putin's regime is yet another shocking proof of its criminal character. The dictator in Kremlin could not forgive his brightest political challenger for revealing precisely how corrupt Russia's ruling elite is. The last months of Navalny's life coincided with the run-up to a farcical presidential campaign and the illegitimate election win for Putin. Navalny was deliberately sent to a colony famous for torture exerted upon detainees, where he died. It is our democratic duty to persistently insist that all circumstances behind Navalny's murder should be thoroughly investigated and the guilty should be brought to justice. Our democratic countries should do the utmost of their abilities to prevent another political murder executed by Putin's regime. Data provided by human rights organizations estimated that between 600 and 1,000 political prisoners are currently detained in Russia. Among them, the opposition politician and Václav Havel Prize winner Vladimir Kara-Murza serves the longest sentence given to a Kremlin opponent since the disbandment of the Soviet Union. We demand his immediate release on humanitarian grounds in light of his deteriorating health. We should, however, admit that our voices against Putin's regime, as strong as they may be, are not enough. We should widen and further strengthen the sanctions against Russia and all those responsible for persecuting all and any opposition. I urge all to reinforce the tools available to our governments in order to fulfill their responsibilities to effectively implement and monitor sanctions, including by introducing strict penalties for their invasion. We should also support the dialogue with Russian and Belarusian political anti-war movement and other democratic forces. The scenes of huge crowds chanting Navalny's names at his funeral, together with slogans, Putin murderer, are yet another signal that Russia's civil society has not been fully destroyed and we should support it. And the courageous words of Mrs. Kara-Murza today give us another hope. Thank you.
Thank you, Nadezhda. Olena Komenko is next.
Fellow colleagues, first and foremost, I wish to commend the commitment and approach taken by rapporteurs. Their priorities set a clear path forward, focusing on the tangible steps needed to address and counteract the Russian totalitarian regime. I also want to express the words of support to Evgenia Kara-Murza for bravely continuing to advocate for this cause her husband is committed to. However, it is critical to speak directly about the role of the Russian anti-war movement. While we recognize the challenges faced by those within Russia opposing the war, it is paramount that their movement reflects the gravity of the situation in Ukraine. The stark reality is that the movement has not yet met the expectations in terms of tangible opposition to the regime. When a regime launches such an atrocious war, the proportional response should not only be vocal dissent, but active advocacy for the defense of those under attack. This brings us to a fundamental point. The real change in Russia may happen when we help Ukraine, when you help Ukraine to prevail. Supporting Ukraine is not merely an act of solidarity. It is a strategic necessity that underpins the possibility of a substantial change within Russia itself. The Ukrainian people have every right to be doubtful of a movement that lacks decisive actions. Therefore, we commend the calls on the United States of America to ensure that Senate's Foreign Aid Bill, which includes vital military aid for Ukraine, is put to a vote without any further delay. This action is crucial, and we urge not only the United States, but all our international partners to authorize and expedite the delivery of the necessary military aid to Ukraine as soon as possible. Moreover, we must strengthen our approach to undermining the Russian war machine through more robust sanctions. The anti-war movement within Russia needs to be vocal and univocal about this necessity. It is essential that this movement aligns its voice with international efforts to bring this war to an end by significantly reducing the Russian state's capacity to sustain its military aggression. In conclusions, our expectations are clear. We need a Russian anti-war movement that is vocal, effective, and aligned with international community's efforts to support Ukraine. Support for Ukraine shall be unwavering, and our resolve to see justice and peace restored shall remain firm. Thank you, and Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Elena. Lucas Saviskas is next.
Thank you, dear President, dear colleagues, and I want to thank all three rapporteurs for excellent work done and reports prepared, and especially Evgenia Kara-Murza for her address to this Assembly. The recent demise of Alexei Navalny has sparked global outrage and renewed the discussions about the state of democracy in Russia under Vladimir Putin's regime. And Navalny's death, widely believed to be a result of poisoning orchestrated by Kremlin, once again serves as a stark reminder of dangers faced by those who dare to challenge authoritarian regimes. In the wake of this tragedy, there is an urgent need to address the growing threats posed by Putin's regime to democracy, both within Russia and abroad. On February 16th, Alexei Navalny died in Siberian maximum security prison camp, where he was serving an illegal and unjustified prison sentence. And for the past 2 decades, people who opposed Vladimir Putin in Russia were killed, and usually with involvement of Russian secret service. And Alexei Navalny's death is another sign of the systemic reparations in Russia. And under Putin, Russia has become a de facto dictatorship. It has not only suppressed the democratic opposition in Russia, but it also did not respect the democratic choices of neighboring countries and the right of their peoples to their self-determination. And urgent and coordinated measures are actually needed to counter this regime of Putin and his war with democracies and their values. Ukraine must be immediately to obtain weapons and ammunition. It needs to effectively defend itself to repel the aggressor. There should be also an independent investigation into the death of Alexei Navalny by International Commission of Inquiry. All states should ensure that Russia is held accountable for the systemic torture suffered not just by Navalny, but thousands of our prisoners in Russia. And the death of Navalny serves as a tragic reminder of high stakes involved in challenging authoritarian rules. And as we mourn his loss, we must renew our commitment to defending democracy and human rights in the face of this totalitarian regime that is recognized as illegitimate and whose aim is to wage war against democracies and redraw global order. And by standing together in the face of those challenges, we can work together to a future where democracy prevails over tyranny. I will support all three reports, and I will urge to do the same to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. Elizaveta Iasko is next.
Dear colleagues, while thinking what I want to say during this debate, I decided to look at my phone and to look through my messages, emails history with Vladimir Kara-Murza. We used to have some communication by emails, exchanging the views of what was happening in the end of 2021. In October 2021, when Mikhail Saakashvili was politically arrested in Georgia, and later where there was a lot of tensions on upcoming Russian aggression against Ukraine. And Vladimir Kara-Murza writes to me. He says that he really hopes that the April session in the Council of Europe would be fruitful. He shares with me some motions for future resolutions, and he says that he really wishes that situation in Georgia would be resolved soon. And he wishes strength and says that everything is going to be all right. Vladimir Kara-Murza is the person that we can all call idealist, human rights defender, someone who is not afraid. And I feel very, very bad when from one session to another, we continue talking and talking. We have different debates, and that's great. But the time goes on, and the situation with pro-Russian influence in many countries and those who stand up against Russia, unfortunately, is not getting any better. Since that time, we have people more imprisoned, more in jail, those who stand up against Kremlin regime. And the regime is never about democracy. That regime is about violence and keeping any will of freedom dead. This is what Russia is currently implementing. And Russia is waiting that we will be weak and that we will be talking. And I want to quote our President Zelensky, who once said, "Don't ask when the war in Ukraine will be over. Please ask why we didn't do enough to stop this full-scale invasion and aggression against Ukraine." Dear colleagues, we may complain that we don't have enough tools, but we have some. And it's great that in the report we are talking about sanctions not only as Kara-Murza personal list sanctions, but also sanctions that can really limit the production of the military production inside Russia. We're talking about also different other tools, but I want to address this assembly. Please, let's call everyone, every state to try to facilitate humanitarian transfers of such political prisoners as Vladimir Kara-Murza, as Mikhail Saakashvili, who is actually in Georgia, not in Russia, but somehow it's not happening. Georgian government is not releasing him because of pro-Russian influence. Let's do everything possible that this freedom of idealists is protected. This is our role, and that's why we should remember and do everything possible that these tools will work. Thank you.
Thank you, Elisabetta. Christophe Sailou is next.
Président, mes chers collègues.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, first of all, please allow me to thank the rapporteurs for the great quality of their work, and please also allow me to greet you very specifically, dear Ms. Kara-Murza. Your testimony has been particularly moving, and I think we have all been deeply marked by it. All that being said, the situation of your husband, Vladimir Kara-Murza, is particularly critical. He was arrested in April 22 in Moscow and then condemned to 25 years in prison for treason. Today he is in prison in Siberia, where he's been placed in solitary confinement. His health is very fragile. You're with us today to tell us about the terrible repression which is underway in your country, in Russia. And I want to thank you once again for your commitment and pay tribute to your courage in this very specific context where you are running great risks to defend an ideal, our shared ideal of human rights, of the freedom of expression, and of democracy. After the death of Alexei Navalny, which the Russian government is entirely responsible for, and the persecutions and acts of torture undertaken against activists, anti-war activists, and human rights defenders, these are rampant. Today, we can only wish for an independent international inquiry of transparent nature be carried out so as to establish the whole truth about the death of Alexei Navalny. The Council of Europe should continue to actively support human rights defenders in Russia. They must not abandon the Russian population, which today is confronted by a complete casting into question of human rights and the principles of the rule of law. The Russian population is the first victim of the actions of Vladimir Putin's regime, but we know that our democracies are also being targeted. The Russian Federation is presently undertaking a huge misinformation campaign to justify its war of aggression against Ukraine. It seizes every opportunity. The way in which the terrorist attack of the Islamic State against Moscow being instrumentalized is one very striking example of this. Russian propaganda continually spreads fake news in Russia, but throughout Europe as well. Russia today is a true Russia propaganda company which remains accessible on the internet in spite of the ban on broadcasting on national channels that have been undertaken by many countries, including France, my country. Facing up to this, it seems necessary to support independent Russian press organs, just as it's necessary to implement the resolution which we adopted last January to support Belarusian democratic forces in exile. So I will vote without reservation for the 3 draft resolutions which have been presented to us today. Thanking the rapporteurs for their work and wishing the Council of Europe to be able to continue promoting solutions to support civil society in Russia and in Belarus. For all of those, as all of us here are, deeply attached to the principles and values that we promote within our institutions and within the Council of Europe. I thank you.
Christophe, Levan Bezantsvili is next.
Thank you. Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, Navalny's death is a wake-up call for the international community. It underscores the urgent need to confront authoritarian regimes and their attacks on democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Unfortunately, we spoke about Navalny's case in the past. What do we do now to prevent same from happening to Kara-Murza, Saakashvili, and other political prisoners? Democracy is under threat within our borders. We must not turn blind eye to alarming democracy backsliding in Georgia. The third president of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili, is a symbol of Western democratic reforms, is in prison for daring to challenge oligarch Ivanishvili's regime. His political imprisonment highlights the authoritarian regimes will not stop silencing opponents and stay in power. The fact that judges and the former prosecutor general involved in Saakashvili's case have been sanctioned by the United States shows the erosion of judicial independence and the rule of law in Georgia. No one holds the European flag as proudly as Mr. Kara-Murza do it in Putin's jail. No one holds the European flag as proudly as young Georgians do today in the streets of Tbilisi while defending Georgia's European future and fighting against Russian law on foreign agents. No one holds the European flag as proudly as Mikhail Saakashvili do in the prison of the Russian oligarch. And no one holds the European flag as proudly as Ukrainians when heroically defend democracy and sacrifice their lives on the battlefield. Let's embrace the European flag with equal courage, symbolizing democracy, justice, and resistance against oppressive regimes. We need more decisive actions in addition to the resolution. Together, we must work towards a world free from political prisoners and do everything in our power to end the political imprisonment of Mr. Kara-Murza and third president of Georgia, Mikhail Saakashvili. Thank you.
Thank you, Levan. Stefan Bergeron is next.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, President, dear colleagues, dear Ms. Kara-Murza. A few years ago, before his courageous return to Russia, Alexei Navalny told us that if the Russian state were to kill him, it would demonstrate that the movement he represented was extremely strong. When the autocratic regime of Putin is becoming ever harsher and stifling any form of opposition in the country, I must confess that I sometimes struggle to be won over to that optimistic interpretation. In February, Mr. Navalny died in prison in murky circumstances for having dared stand up in support of Russian democracy. And now we're faced with the real prospect of Vladimir Kara-Murza enduring the same fate. For what crime? Simply denouncing the war of aggression waged by Russia against Ukraine. In Belarus, the situation is essentially the same. In February, general elections devoid of any legitimacy were held there, and we are yet to be able to ascertain whether Sergei Tsikhanovsky, the husband of the legitimate president of Belarus, Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya, is still alive. There is no solution for the upsurge in totalitarianism in Russia and Belarus. So what should we do? The resolution on the democratic future of Belarus, which this Assembly unanimously adopted in January, contains some major measures, and I hope that all the member states of the Council of Europe, as well as observer states such as Canada, will do everything to implement them in full. As regards Mr. Kara-Murza and all individuals who, like him, are imprisoned in Russia and Belarus, we have to resort to one of the few real tools available to us, sanctions. The rapporteur Cross has given us a list of 45 people responsible for the arrest, prosecution and imprisonment of Mr. Kara-Murza. I understand that the imposition of sanctions requires time and resources, but it is deeply disheartening to see that in many cases sanctions are merely tantamount to wishful thinking. In this same vein, it's disappointing to note, for example, that more than 24 names on the rapporteur's list are still absent from Canadian sanctions lists. Why? Well, there may be good reasons why these people have not yet been sanctioned. I am, however, duty-bound as an MP to ask questions, and the government, for its part, is obligated to find answers. It is human lives which are at stake in this situation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Stefan. Dear colleagues, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during this debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I now first call Mr. Cross to reply. Mr. Cross, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. President, since all of the colleagues seem to wholeheartedly agree with my report, and there were also no amendments to it, I just want to thank the Secretariat, Günther, others, everyone for the support. Thank you, Evgenia, for being with us in this process, and we try to be support to you, and I hope that we pass this resolution unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Now I call Mrs. Evasdottir to reply. Dear Suna, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me begin by thanking Evgenia for her exceptional and truly moving address. Thank you for reminding us that the resistance against Putin's regime and their anti-war movement in Russia is far from dead. And let us not buy into the Kremlin's propaganda of unilateral support for this criminal dictator and his war crimes. As you stated, Evgenia, the people fighting against Putin's regime are the alternative, and let us lift them up and raise their voices. Colleagues, I know that my friends in Belarus don't like to be equated with Russia, and I fully understand why. These are different countries with different struggles, and I would have preferred to make a separate report on Belarus and the violent repression there against anti-war protesters, because there are more than 1,600 people who have been detained due to their anti-war stance. In Belarus, they face horrendous conditions. They are held in incommunicado detention. They are tortured, and they even die in prison due to maltreatment and lack of medical care. There have been harsh and violent crackdowns on anti-war assemblies and prosecutions under terrorism charges against individuals sharing information about military equipment or sabotaging it. In the draft resolution, the Assembly expresses its solidarity with the many Russians and Belarusians who speak out against the war of aggression. And the draft resolution also calls on the Russian Federation and Belarus to abide by its international legal obligations and bring their repression of anti-war protesters to an end. And finally, The draft resolution calls on member states and observer states to do more to support the Russian and Belarusian anti-war movements by providing more recognition and practical assistance to the anti-war movements, by pursuing the release of prisoners who have been detained for their anti-war views. We call for the intensifying of efforts to hold the Russian Federation and Belarus to account at the United Nations, and ask that member states facilitate the entry and stay of Russians and Belarusians with an anti-war stance who are trying to flee their repressive regimes, as well as calling for them, our member states, to introduce and strengthen the restrictive measures against individuals involved in the brutal repression in both countries. In conclusion, I would like to thank all of my colleagues for their proactive and good cooperation throughout the making of this report, especially the Secretariat for their excellent work and support, as well as the numerous anti-war movements that I met with and courageous opposition organizations that I've met with during the preparation of their report. This report is in their name. It is to honor them, and of course, in particular, to honor our good friend, Vladimir Kara-Murza. May he be free as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Suna. I now give the floor to Mr. Emanuelis Zingeris to reply. Dear Emanuelis, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to start going outside of my report, and I would like to turn to Zhenya Kara-Murza, simply using the Russian shape of your grace and your great name. So I would like to say that we started the session. President, if you remember, you're asking me to start the session, like a longest serving member. All my 5 minutes I used to warn you and to find a way how to liberate Kara-Murza. That was first statement in January when you were not here. But our whole audience were listening the terrible shape, the terrible Joseph Stalin type shape where your husband is there, now suffering. We urge our British colleagues to try to investigate how it's possible to do a swap, to bring the intelligent man who dedicated all his life to the world of books and ideas, fragile man, intellectual man, from this hell of Joseph Stalin type prison to the, of course, the others should be in line, but at least Kara-Murza. He spent with us years and years shaping all possible human rights cases, not only his case, but means the other cases, not only the Russian case, other cases in the world. And I would like to say to the friends who just mentioned that we are focusing only on Russian, let's say, or Belarusian prisoners. Sorry, I have the list of all our reports, statements in the Human Rights Committee about Assange. You put the button, I see, the website, Assange, Galicia, Snowden, Kavala, CIA imprisonments, everything done by us in the most solid and scrupulous way. But now we are reacting to the country who is occupying territories and equipping those territories with Joseph Stalin type repression. It's not they are not occupying only Ukraine, but dictatorship is installing, Russian dictatorship, installing their concentration camps, imprisonment, detentions. That is the expansion of Russia empire, expansion of Joseph type prison. I would like to say that we don't need peace. The slogan of the peace, who is so nice, it was used massively by Joseph Stalin time and by the KGB headquarters in Swiss and other places. Miru mir. Who Russians can, who knows Russian language, it was Joseph Stalin type slogan. It was actually a poster in front of my apartment in Kaunas. Miru mir. For peace for the world. We don't need this false propaganda. We need resilience. Resilience of our democratic world of this terrible attack of non-democratic world led by Putin. And in this case, I think we need today simply to stand up, if you allow me, after we stand up for Ukrainians who was very proper way. If you allow me, President, to stand up for the memory of Alexei Navalny, I would like to say and remember his brave life. His brave life, well, he came back knowing that he probably will be killed. If you allow me.
I don't want to deny your proposal. I just want to remind the Assembly that we did this for Alexei Navalny in Paris during our political
Yes, but if
decision.
possible, I'm sorry.
But of course, I will accept this since it is a very important proposal you did. Thank you so much. Thank you all, dear colleagues. I now would like to call Lord Keane, the chairperson of the committee, to take the floor. Lord Keane.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, we have just jointly debated 3 reports presented by the committee that I have the honour to chair. And I would like to express my thanks, first of all, to each of the rapporteurs for the work they've done, and to the Secretariat. To debate these 3 reports together makes eminent sense because they are linked together as they all relate to the nature of the Putin regime, its aggression, and the need to resist its further expansion and attacks on democracy. The brutal death of Alexei Navalny reinforces the ruthless disregard that Putin and the present Russian regime is prepared to exhibit to the rule of law, to human rights, to democracy, and to peace in Europe. And we in Europe will pay a very heavy price in the future if today we fail to take up the demanding but less onerous burden of ensuring that Russia cannot claim victory in its assault on human rights, on democracy, and in its war of aggression in Ukraine. And we must be prepared to commit to the task of ensuring that we can convincingly meet not only Russia's aggression, but the conventional forces of Russia, if aligned to pursue that aggression. I do fear that there are still major powers in Europe that appear more interested in defending their domestic economy rather than defending Ukraine and ultimately peace in Europe. We tolerate a sanctions regime on Russia that is self-evidently weak and relatively ineffective. We watch while Russia moves its economy onto a war footing. We promise a great deal to Ukraine in the form of aid and of munitions, but deliver less. Colleagues, if Vladimir Putin finds himself with victory in Ukraine and the largest conventional forces on the continent of Europe, do we really believe that, like Lucius Cincinnatus, he will give up his weapons and return to the plough? I think that is highly unlikely. We must wake up to the present reality before we sleepwalk into a nightmare. And the brutal death of Alexei Navalny is further evidence of what may lie ahead if we do not do so. I commend each of these 3 resolutions to the Assembly. They address, to some extent, what we can do, but recognize that there is more that we must do. And as we proceed further, we should bear in mind the burden that lies on others Mr. Navalny's family, the people of Ukraine, if we allow this aggression to continue without interruption and without challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Keane. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft resolution on Alexei Navalny's death and the need to counter Vladimir Putin's totalitarian regime and its war on democracy, to which 13 amendments have been tabled. They will be taken in the order in which they appear in the compendium. I remind you that speeches on amendments are limited to 30 seconds. I understand that the chairperson of the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights wishes to propose to the Assembly that amendments number 3, 9, 4, 11, 12, 2, 7, 5, and 8 to the draft resolution, which were unanimously approved by the committee, should be declared as agreed by the Assembly. Is that so, Lord Keane?
That is the case, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Keane. Does anyone object? Gave Vlasenko to support amendment number 1. Now you have 30 seconds.
Working? Oh, it is. Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to say that this amendment was also supported unanimously by the committee. The only discussion was whether it should stay before the first paragraph or after the first paragraph. But amendment was supported by the committee unanimously. The committee decided that amendment should stand after paragraph 1. As a mover of the amendment, I agree with that. So I will kindly ask the Assembly to support it, as it was done in the committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergei. I have been informed that Lord Keane, on behalf of the committee, wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment to amendment number 1 as follows. Replace the words before paragraph 1 with the following words after paragraph 1. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? So, fewer, or maybe none, than 10 members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated. Therefore, I call Lord Keane to support his oral sub-amendment in 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the oral amendment has been set out and was agreed. There is only one further additional matter. As it happens, the committee decided unanimously that we should spell Transnistria correctly. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against the oral sub-amendment? Okay. So I will put now the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. It is adopted unanimously. We will now consider the main amendment as sub-amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended? So, I shall now put Amendment 1 as sub-amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. It is accepted unanimously. I call Mr. Alexei Goncharenko to support Amendment 10. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment is the exact text from the previous resolution which we already discussed, and it's about those who are helping such people as Alexei Navalny and others who are against Putin's regime, those lawyers, and we decided that it's necessary to include it also here. Thank you.
I have been informed that Lord Keane, on behalf of the committee, wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment to Amendment 10 as follows. At the end of the first sentence, replace the words "were arrested in absentia" with the following words, "were subject to an arrest warrant," and delete the final sentence. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? Since none is objecting the sub-amendment to the oral sub-amendment being debated, therefore I call now Lord Keane to support his oral sub-amendment within 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. The oral sub-amendment was approved unanimously by the committee, and I accordingly move. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak against? No, I shall put now the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. It is accepted unanimously. We will now consider the main amendment as sub-amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended? No. I shall now put the amendment 10 as sub-amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. It is accepted unanimously. I understand that Mrs. Maria Mezentseva wishes to withdraw Amendment 6 in favor of an oral amendment from the committee. Is that, Maria? Is that so?
Yes, dear President, this is the case, and I want to thank the committee members and the chairman for a consideration of a joint position for this important amendment. Thank you. I do withdraw my initial amendment.
Thank you, Maria. I have received an oral amendment from Lord Keane on behalf of the committee, which reads as follows. As the Russian Federation is a federation only formally, the regime of Mr. Putin has also declared war on its own people. In particular, indigenous people, national and ethnic minorities in Russia are forcibly Russified and subjected to repression and discrimination in violation of Russia's obligations under the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. In particular, the Assembly notes the disproportionately high losses suffered by military units composed of soldiers conscripted from national, ethnic, and indigenous populations. The Assembly considers this to be a deliberate campaign aimed at eliminating national and ethnic diversity within the Russian Federation. The President may accept an oral amendment on the grounds of promoting clarity, accuracy, or conciliation, and if there is no opposition from 10 or more members to it being debated. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7, paragraph A. Are there any oppositions to the amendment being debated? No. So I call now Lord Keane to support oral amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. The oral sub-amendment was unanimously approved by the committee, and I so move that it be adopted.
Sorry, I put the vote to the vote, the oral amendment. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. It is adopted unanimously. I call now Mr. Kimmo Kiljunen to support Amendment 13. Kimmo, you have 30 seconds.
Mr. President, the amendment condemns the Russian practice to include political opponents of the regime to the list of terrorists and extremists, and FSB to take decisive measures against enemies of the country, quote, and that one. We know the methods of FSB, and that's the content of the amendment. Thanks.
Thank you, Kimmo. I have been informed that Lord Keane, on behalf of the committee, wishes to propose an oral sub-amendment to Amendment 13 as follows. After the word civil activists, insert the following words: leading to further misuse of the Interpol system. In my opinion, the oral sub-amendment is in order under our rules. However, do 10 or more members object to the oral sub-amendment being debated? No. So I now call Lord Keane to support his sub-amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. The oral sub-amendment was unanimously approved by the committee, and I move that it be adopted. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Keane. I will now put the oral sub-amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. It is accepted unanimously. We will now consider the main amendment as sub-amended. Does anyone wish to speak against the amendment as sub-amended? No. I shall now put no, I have to ask Lord Keane, what is the committee's opinion on this?
Expressed once my microphone comes on. Thank you. Mr. President, the committee are unanimously in favour of the sub-amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Keane. I shall now put Amendment 13 as sub-amended to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. We will now proceed to the vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15966 as amended. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. It is accepted unanimously. The draft resolution in document 15966 as amended is accepted unanimously. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented a draft resolution on the arbitrary detention of Vladimir Kara-Murza and the systematic persecution of anti-war protesters in the Russian Federation and Belarus, document 15967, to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15967. The vote is open. Yes, Olena?
I would like to submit an oral amendment to the paragraph 6.1.
Olena, sorry, I have to interrupt you. It is not possible according to the rules. The vote is already finished. We cannot accept any amendments at that point. So the vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 15967 is adopted unanimously. The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights The Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights has presented the draft resolution on sanctions against persons on the Kara-Murza list, document 15939, to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15939. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The draft resolution in document 15939 is adopted unanimously. Dear colleagues, the next item of business this afternoon is the debate on the report titled Freedom of Expression and Assembly of LGBTI People in Europe, document 15953, presented by Mr. Christophe Lacroix on behalf of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination. In order to finish by 7:25 p.m., I will interrupt the list of speakers at about 7:15 p.m. to allow time for the reply and the vote. Okay, so I'll give you a couple of minutes to take your seats because it is almost 6 o'clock and the rapporteur was involved in the vote of the judges, as far as I know. Yes?
Good afternoon. It's my turn now. And it's 6 p.m. So the ballot for electing a judge to the European Court of Human Rights is now closed. The counting of votes will take place under the supervision of the tellers, Ms. Clotilda Bushka, Ms. Andrea Eder-Gichtaler, Mr. Armen Gevorgyan, Mr. Claude Kern, and Ms. Sevilla Zellenk-Ozen. I invite them to go at once to meet in the room set aside for this purpose. The results of the election will be announced, if possible, before the close of today's sitting. And now I call Mr. Christophe Lacroix, rapporteur. Mr. Lacroix, you have 7 minutes now, and then 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to thank the services of the Secretariat, in particular Sarah Burton, who is a member of the Secretariat who has now gone to work in other services, but also Elodie Fisher, who is sitting behind me, who really masterfully took Sarah's role in hand. I'd also like to remind all of the members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Control Service that even if deputies, senators, members are generally speaking the ones who give impetus to our work, without our co-workers we are not going to get a lot done. And co-worker is really a very modest word to talk about the quality of the work that is done by these people who support the Council of Europe and its Parliamentary Assembly. The right to freedom of assembly and association, LGBTI persons, in Paris I was asked, but Mr. Lacroix, what do you think? Do you think that the rights of LGBTI persons are retroceding today? People are saying, well, if everything's going well and countries have legislated in such a way that over the last 20 years we've been progressing along the path of recognition of LGBTI people's rights and their essential right to live in dignity and in freedom. Well, yes, those rights are under threat. They are threatened by conservative movements. They are threatened by fascist movements that are coming back to power in some countries. They are threatened by conspiracy movements, ultra-religious movements. Yes, they are under threat. And so is the freedom of expression and of association in Europe and in member states of the Council of Europe for LGBTI people is gravely threatened in some cases. My report intends to set forth a panorama of different situations experienced in different member states of the Council of Europe, and not only those which we would call perhaps the usual suspects. We wanted to give the report credibility, in fact, by going to places where people's rights are in peril, LGBTI people's rights have been threatened, and we have gone to those places, gotten information from civil society and with players on the ground in countries which are normally considered to be islands of democracy of a perfect nature. And in fact, that's not the way it is. In those same countries, we see when the extreme right or conservative movements come to power, especially in regions, a wish to repress freedom of association. And this happens in a particularly pernicious way because we don't see actual bans. There are administrative obstacles. We consider that it's not possible to protect a pride march or that we have to change its route. Basically, people are just find themselves leading a more difficult life. And in some countries, it is forbidden to broadcast on public TV channels LGBTI programs before 10 p.m. Some of the older people here will remember this applied in other ways in our countries, but in Belgium, and I think also in France, when we had TV programs that dealt with sexual matters, that was the same thing. You saw a white square. And LGBTI are becoming a taboo subject that we can't talk about except late at night. All cats are said to be gray in the dark, as you will recall. And then these are also violations of the physical integrity of persons during demonstrations. activists and people who sympathize with the cause, and sometimes their families. And we see that there are clearly movements that set themselves up as counter-demonstrators and are sometimes very violent indeed. So this report, in the light of all of these considerations, intends to see that all rulings of the European Court are upheld concerning the rights of LGBTI people. Articles 11, 13, and 14 of the European Court of Human Rights are intangible articles which prevail over all others. We also wish to propose that member states abstain from adapting constitutional amendments that go against LGBTI people's rights and to avoid abrogating such measures where they already exist. We also want to see that laws against hate and discrimination be applied more effectively. We want to abrogate anti-LGBTI propaganda laws where they have been adopted or implemented. And we want everyone to have information about all forms of gender identity, gender expression, or sexual characteristics. And you've seen that in the report, there's a long paragraph about Russia, even if Russia is no longer a member of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and the Council of Europe itself, because Russia decided to declare the LGBTI movement a terrorist movement. We also want to support the visibility of LGBTI people in public spaces and support the organization of pride marches and other demonstrations for the effective exercise of the human rights of LGBTI persons, and also, where appropriate, to punish the authors and perpetrators of violence against LGBTI persons, and to build strategies for public mobilization in the fight against these ideas and to implement the preceding measures that have been voted on by this assembly, like the prescription of violence and prejudice and discrimination against LGBTI persons. We also want to forbid conversion technologies and practices in those countries where it has not yet been forbidden, and to invest in education for gender equality and to train teachers on this, to support sexual education programs and emotional education programs that are inclusive of identities, that are properly adapted to students' ages in schools, to get the police and other forces of order to be aware of LGBTI issues, diversity, to include diversity in the relevant legislation, and where it's not the case, to have the right for persons of the same sex to marry. So overall, this is a summary of the proposal, which is being submitted to you now. Madam President, I shall stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lacroix. And now, in the debate, I call for speakers on behalf of political groups, and we will start with Max Lux from Socialists, Democrats and Greens.
Dankeschön, Frau.
Many thanks, Madam President, dear colleagues. Dear Rapporteur, dear Christophe, thank you for this report, which is expressing this very question of whether bi, gay, and trans people can express their opinion. We're talking about the protection of the minority from the majority in democracy. And this is under attack today. We see it under attack in Russia from Putin, who considers that LGBTI people are terrorists. And here in this assembly, it is being attacked by people when we are talking about direct money trails from Russia, from Putin. And we have seen that there are enough indications that certain members of our assembly have gotten money from Russia. This is the only German member did not make his declaration about financing of travel and other things. And Maximilian Klar, an extreme right member, had such heavy indications of financing from Russia that he's actually been detained and interrogated by the FBI in the United States. And these people are attacking LGBTI people, and they are damaging our democracies as a whole. We need to wake up, dear colleagues. Putin is taking direct influence on our democracies. He is trying to damage them, and he is trying to use the weakest link. And that's why it's so important that Christoph has presented this report, which shows who needs to be protected, that we need to improve conditions on the basis of these recommendations and make concrete changes in the Council of Europe. Last Friday in Germany, we had a self-identification law for trans persons, which was decided upon, and this will finally put an end to this long discussion. This law is a recommendation of this Council from 2015, and based on that. And we will live the day when in Europe, LGBTI people will be able to express their opinion freely. Conversion therapy will be relegated to the past where it belongs. And on that day, when the right will lose, that will happen. And I think that Christoph's report will have made an amazingly large contribution for my group that our groups are very thankful for. Many thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lux. And now I call Mr. Georgios Stamatis from European People's Party.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, the rights to freedom of speech, expression and assembly are fundamental freedoms that every individual possesses by virtue of his existence without discrimination based on any ground, including sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender characteristics. The social coherence and collective well-being do not depend only on the standard of living of a people, but mainly on the respect for the rights of minorities. Respect for these rights reinforces our democracy, the rule of law, and the European legal culture. Freedom of assembly, which is guaranteed by the European Convention on Human Rights, belongs to everyone, also to LGBTI people. Despite the undeniable progress that has been made in advancing the rights of LGBT people, over the last decades, there are still certain countries denying these rights to them. These restrictions include crackdowns by law enforcement authorities, inadequate protection against harassment, intimidation, physical and online attacks, bans to LGBT pride marches, or any other public demonstration or events. These actions contribute to the marginalization, stigmatization, and invisibilization of LGBT persons and make them more vulnerable to the social exclusion. By adopting this report, we make a significant step to ensure to LGBT people are more inclusive in our societies, that their voice will be heard. Our main goal is to adopt a holistic approach to remove the barriers and combat the discrimination facing the LGBT persons. This report calls on the Member States to implement the European Court of Human Rights, refrain the discrimination and constitution amendments, enforce laws against hate and discrimination on grounds of sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender characteristics, and support the visibility of LGBT persons in the public space. Pride demonstrations and festive celebration of diversity and enhance the visibility of LGBT people. Additionally, the national authorities are called to repeal anti-LGBT propaganda and to investigate and prosecute bias-motivated violence. In order to tackle violence and discrimination against LGBT people, the report calls on the Member States to ban convention practices that suppressing a person's sexual orientation or gender identity and which the LGBT community as well as health. The report also asks for member states to legalize the same-sex marriage and to guarantee legal recognition of gender identity. With regard to combat stereotypes and prosecute against LGBT persons, the report recommends to the member states to invest in gender equality education and to train teachers on this issue. Finally, the report urged member states to recognize fear of prosecution on the grounds of sexual orientation and gender identity as grounds for granting asylum. This is necessary humanitarian action because in some countries in the world, citizens are punished due to their sexual orientation or their gender identity. Christophe, thank you for this report. Thank you, Maria, for your presidency community about the job, and also thank you, Penelope, for our support. People, I would like to EPP call to vote this draft resolution for more inclusive society. And finally, closing my speech, allow me to invite you, all of them, in Thessaloniki, in Greece, this summer to celebrate visibility in Pride 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stamatis. And now, Beatrice Fresco-Rolfo from Alliance of Liberals and Democrats in Europe.
Thank you, Madam President. The ALDE Group wishes to thank the rapporteur, Christophe Lacroix, who has highlighted the difficulties encountered by people who I would recall are fully fledged members of our societies. The report addresses two fundamental principles in democracies. Firstly, the right to speak out free from fear of reprisals or censorship, which is obviously a right, even if there are limits to it when it comes to incitement to hatred. Secondly, freedom of assembly. In other words, to meet for social, political or cultural purposes in order to exchange, share and even express their demands. Now, for several years now, LGBTI people in Europe have seen their rights shrinking to the point where they're being flouted by certain states. They have to deal with repression, violence and discrimination. Freedom of expression and assembly of LGBTI people is in jeopardy. You stressed, Rapporteur, an upsurge in acts against LGBTI people by LGBTI-phobic people, particularly pride marches, and this with the support of female and male politicians espousing regressive ideas. And I find that unacceptable. As the premise that promotion of LGBTI identity may occur at such gatherings, I think that's simply touted by people in fear of their own desires. My vision of a modern world and a developed society is inclusive for each and everyone, a world in which each and everyone has their rights respected and protected, in which every person may be whom they wish to be. And as MPs, we should take the lead in ensuring proper protection of members of the rainbow community. Firstly, anti-discrimination legislation to eradicate discrimination in access to jobs, housing or education. Secondly, legal recognition of same-sex relationships, including marriage and adoption, which is a key element if we are to guarantee equality of rights for LGBTI people. And thirdly, and this is a human right, equal access to healthcare respecting gender identity and sexual orientation. My dearest colleagues, we are duty-bound to ensure the safety of LGBTI people vis-à-vis violence and crimes driven by hatred. All of these actions are part of the recommendations of Council of Europe bodies. And in this regard, I can only call on Member States to execute the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights in respect of the rights of LGBTI people. It's likewise essential to alert the public to the problems LGBTI people are facing in order to promote inclusion and respect. With our deliberations in this Assembly, we can contribute to this. And I call on you to follow the activities of the Parliamentary Platform for the Rights of LGBTI People in Europe, which met yesterday, in order to see what measures can be taken in order to prevent and combat discrimination and violence against transgender people. It is thanks to robust legislative measures and action to change social attitudes that we will be able to ensure respect for the rights of LGBTI people and prevent them being the subject of prejudice and stigmatization. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Fresco-Rolfo. And now I call Emmanuel Fernandez from Group of Unified European Left.
Merci.
Thank you, Madam President. Rapporteur, dear colleagues, the issue we are discussing now is at the heart of the raison d'etre of our Assembly and the commitment of the vast majority of us, that is to guarantee freedom of expression and assembly of LGBTI people and LGBTIQ people in Europe and beyond. And the aim is to respect two fundamental articles in the UN Convention on Human Rights, Article 10 on freedom of expression and Article 11, freedom of assembly and association. Now we know that all too often these rights are violated in member states, all the more often when it is LGBTIQ plus people. And the report clearly demonstrates this, and our group strongly supports the report. We thank the rapporteur, Christophe Lacroix, for his essential and very relevant work. Yes, the rights of minorities are more regularly flouted. The freedoms of LGBTI people are more frequently attacked compared to the rest of the population, and yet the rights are the same for each and every one, and they cannot be prevented on fallacious grounds of public safety, as all too often the case. The case law of the European Court of Human Rights is crystal clear in this regard. No imperative of defending public law or public peace can allow the prevention of meetings and assemblies, and LGBTIQ people, threats to those people should be dealt with by law enforcement, and participants should be free to attend such demonstrations. Every day our values are gauged by our respect for the most oppressed people's rights because of their gender identity or sexual orientation or both. Every day people are being harassed, attacked and killed. And every day far-right movements, because those are the ones in most cases that are attacking LGBTIQ plus people, those movements are swelling in our countries. And once they get into power, they tear asunder the rights of minorities. In its 2023 report, ILGA Europe, an NGO covering some 600 associations in Europe and Central Asia, showed that 2022 was the most violent yet for LGBTIQ plus people, following hate speech, which is all the more widespread. Faced with this, we should be indignant and we should rise up and we must act. And here the Assembly must guarantee respect for human rights, specifically the rights of LGBTI people. That is our duty, it is our raison d'etre. And so training law enforcement, public awareness campaigns, supporting the battle against all forms of discrimination, funding for associations working for the rights of sexual and gender minorities. These are the commitments which we must continue. Freedom of expression and assembly are fundamental for each and everyone with no exceptions, no prejudice, no concessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. And now we finished political groups speaks. I ask all the speakers, future speakers, to stick the time, because in that case, everyone will be able to speak. We start with Mr. Randolph De Battista from Malta.
Thank you, Madam President. Today I felt a special feeling. The fact that I could walk the streets of Valletta holding the hands of the person I love with no sign of fear. I felt free. These are not my words. These are the words of an intersex friend of mine who joined us in Malta for Europride last September, but then sadly had to return to their oppressive society. I will forever remember those words so that I will not take my country's achievements for granted. Dear Christophe, thank you for this very important and timely report. And as we reflect on this great piece of work, I ask you, dear colleagues, how can we allow hate to win over our message of love and hope? As we speak, there's a bill before the Parliament of Georgia which bans gender affirmation for trans people, bans adoption for same-sex couples, and bans LGBTI people from gathering in the streets. We have seen public attacks and posters against individuals from civil society, including faces of the brave organizers of the Tbilisi Pride. And as we speak, someone like me in Russia is considered an extremist and a terrorist. Yes, I am a fighter against bigotry, and this is my weapon. And I wear this because I'm privileged. I wear it for those who cannot wear it. I want to highlight a crucial point in this report, and that is consultation with LGBTI organizations in drafting legislation. And this, dear colleagues, was one of the secrets behind Malta's success on LGBTI rights: the establishment of a consultative council tasked to propose legislative amendments. And you know what was the second secret? Leadership. And it's this leadership that we need here in Europe and around the world, because the time for half measures and empty promises is over. It's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work. We must dismantle the barriers that stand in the way of equality brick by brick. We must challenge the status quo and confront the bigotry that poisons our society. And we must do it now, before any more lives are lost to hatred and ignorance. Because a society that embraces diversity is a more healthy and much better society. Because, dear colleagues, it is not gay people who should fight for gay rights. It's not Palestinians who should fight for freedom. It's not Ukrainians who should defend their territory. It's for all of us to defend what is right and condemn what is wrong. It's for all of us to defend human rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. De Battista. And now Anna Eftimiou from Greece.
Σας ευχαριστώ, κυρία Πρόεδρε. Αγαπητοί συνάδελφοι.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, we are discussing a very important report, and we thank Mr. Lacroix, because this is an issue which is at the very heart of democratic values and human rights: freedom of expression, freedom of assembly of LGBTI people in Europe. Freedom of expression and freedom of assembly are not privileges. They are the bedrock of any society. These are not privileges.
Κοινότητας, αυτές οι ελευθερίες είναι ιδιαίτερα σημαντικές, καθώς επιδιώκουν να γίνουν πίζοντας τις υφιστάμενες διακρίσεις. Η υποσυζήτηση έκθεση που έρχεται προς ψήφιση από τη συνέλευση.
So this report, which is being discussed today, proposes measures to guarantee freedom and safety of LGBTI people. This report stresses the importance of the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights to guarantee the rights of those individuals, and countries are called upon to strengthen their legislation against hatred and discrimination vis-à-vis LGBTI people. Furthermore, these reports recognize the importance of pride marches, and they call for countries to conduct training and programs for education of teachers and students alike. Countries are also called upon to organize public awareness campaigns, and each country is duty-bound to uphold the rights of these people. Greece has made substantial progress regarding the protection of the rights of LGBTI people by carrying out legislative reforms. We are implementing a strategy guaranteeing the rights of LGBTI people, bolstering the rights of the community, and recently same-sex marriages were recognized. We were the first we will become one of the countries to recognize such marriages, and the possibility of adoption by gay couples has also been strengthened. Moreover, initiatives have been taken in the field of health, education, and safety in order to guarantee the protection of the rights of LGBTI people in Greece. By voting in support of this report, we affirm our support for an inclusive Europe, and together we can create an inclusive environment for each and everyone. And in my turn, I would like to invite you to Salonika, a city which from the 21st and the 22nd of June of 2024 will host the European Pride March. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Eftimo. And now Ms. Nicole Höchst from Germany. She's not here, so now Tamara Vonta from Slovenia. Okay, so we go to Jeremy Corbyn from United Kingdom.
I just want to put on record my support for what's being said today, the bravery with which many gay people have spoken out over many years to try and gain recognition and support within their society. And as one who grew up in a time when any kind of homosexuality was a criminal offence in Britain, when well-known and famous people were even put in prison, and one of our greatest scientists was chemically castrated and eventually died as a result of it. We have come a long way of some very many very brave people over a very long time, and I think we should all glory in that. However, these rights that have been gained are under threat all the time by populist right-wing politicians, by the populist right, and by much of our media. So we have to stand strong and stand firm, and that's why a message from the Council of Europe in support of the plurality of our society, in support of sexual freedoms, in support of recognition of LGBTI people, and an end to the horrors of transgender discrimination is something that's very important, and that is why we exist. After all, we're here to defend the European Convention on Human Rights. We elect judges to the European Court of Human Rights. If we set that example, then we're doing a good job, and I'm delighted to support this debate and the proposals that are before us today.
Thank you, Mr. Corbyn. And now Mr. Laszlo Torockai from Hungary. Push the button.
Thank you, Madam President. So I hate hypocrisy. And here in the Parliament in Strasbourg, I usually almost always see hypocrisy, this kind of hypocrisy. Let us be honest. We are talking about the rights of minorities while the German-speaking Alsatian natives have been oppressed in this city for decades. Now you want to bring Kosovo into the Council of Europe while it is obvious that the Serbian minority is being oppressed in Kosovo. You have never been concerned about the fact that in 2 European Union member states, in Romania and Slovakia, the collective rights are not granted to the native Hungarian minority. There is no autonomy in either of these countries, and Hungarians are even punished for using their own national symbols in these 2 EU member states. Of course, you are not interested in the brutal oppression of Hungarians in Transcarpathia by Ukraine either. The Ukrainian government, which you support, refuses to enforce the decision of the 1991 legal referendum of Ukraine, which decided that Transcarpathia should be an autonomous province. The Hungarian minority in Ukraine is oppressed and threatened, but you do not care. It seems that you are only interested in the rights of one minority, the so-called LGBTQ minority, despite the fact their rights are 100% guaranteed in the member states of the Council of Europe. It is not punished by law in any of the member countries to belong to the LGBTQ community. There is no discrimination against them. The algorithm of the international social media platforms promotes LGBTQ ideology in all countries. They have parades in almost every country. However, as biology and nature dictates, same-sex couples cannot have children. This is not a question of human or minority rights, and it cannot be part of core values to force children to be exposed to sexual propaganda. These so-called values cannot be defended by the Council of Europe either. Keep your hands off the children. This is what the regulations that this report is now concerned about are all about. So don't be hypocrites. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just remind you that the debate and the report is about freedom of expression and assembly of LGBTI people in Europe. And, well, it's clear that the report was needed at the moment. So now we go to Heike Engelhardt from Germany.
Thank you, Mrs. President, chers collègues, meine Damen und Herren. Die Menschenrechte.
The human rights of queer people are still being violated around the world on a daily basis, including in our own countries. I would like to thank our colleague, Christophe Lacroix, for his very important report regarding the current situation facing the queer community. 2 years ago in Germany, during a CSD parade, the 25-year-old trans man Maltese was brutally beaten to death. He stood in front of a group of other CSD participants to try to protect them, and he paid a heavy price, that of his life. The tragic story of Malta is representative of the rise in anti-queer violence, not just in Germany, but throughout Europe. It's quite unacceptable that because they take part in pride events, people run the risk of their lives. Nor is it acceptable that countries which are members of this organisation continue to curtail the freedom of assembly and expression of LGBTI plus people, so as to make these groups invisible, to stigmatise them and to push them to the very edges of society. At the same time, we see that in Europe, pride marches or other similar events are being banned, made increasingly difficult through stringent requests from the authorities or ended with police violence. The fact that queer issues are being excluded from sex education because of spurious claims about morality are unacceptable. I would call on our member states to ensure that the case law of the European Court of Human Rights be properly followed so as to stem these anti-queer practices. Loopholes in the laws designed to protect these groups must be closed as quickly as possible. I would like to mention a very topical example from the German Republic. Last Friday, after decades of struggle, we finally adopted the self-determination law. Trans, inter, and non-binary persons can now change the reference to their sex in official registers. Right and conservative groups have been talking about ideological collapse. However, we have said loud and clear, with this law, we've brought an end to the state discrimination against these groups of people, and we've tried to ensure that our societies become more democratic and therefore better for everybody. As our colleague Mr. Lacroix said at the end of his report, a state can't describe itself as democratic when it doesn't respect all rights of its queer members. Thank you.
Engelhardt, and now we go to Valentina, Ms. Valentina Grippo from Italy. I'm afraid she's not here.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, okay.
Just
now I see you. Go on.
Switching on the microphone. Thank you, Madam President. I would like to join in thanking the rapporteur, Christophe Lacroix. As General Rapporteur for the Safety of Journalists, I would like to underline that this report is very important, not only for the LGBT community, but also for the value that the protection of freedom of expression and assembly in this field is an important thermometer for understanding the state of health of the overall picture of democracy and the protection of human rights in the member states of the Council of Europe. Indeed, today we are meeting to discuss a crucial issue that touches the very essence of human dignity. These rights, including freedom of expression and assembly, are fundamental to any democratic society, and as said before by my colleague, are protected under international frameworks as the European Convention of Human Rights. However, LGBT people in Europe and beyond still face significant barriers and experience discrimination that limits their rights and contributes to their marginalization. And it has been mentioned, for example, the cancellation of LGBT events or the enhancement of laws aimed to preventing the dissemination of information on LGBT rights, to stay strict to the information aspect that is more in my role, have been very worrying in the last periods, not only in those countries that we know that are against these rights, also in those countries that we would assume have in their legislation a democratic framework that recognizes such rights. The freedom of LGBT community to be themselves, to express themselves, and to come together in solidarity is essential to the fabric of a free and democratic society. It is up to all of us, lawmakers, activists, citizens, to stand up for these freedoms, to break down the barriers of prejudice and oppression, and to protect and celebrate diversity. Moreover, the issues of freedom for the LGBT community is not just about the ability to hold a parade. It extends to the daily experience of individuals. And as we discuss this issue today, let's remember that behind every statistic, every piece of legislation, every march, there are individuals, people seeking to live their truth, their lives without discrimination. And it's true. I just want to add another note to the relator and to explain that it's true. It is essential to make sure that every constitution in Europe, every system recognizes the principle of the Council of Europe in its own legislative system. However, it will not be enough. We cannot be content with changing the legal system because we know very well that these principles often remain on paper. We must demand that these rights be alive, that they be disseminated, that we work in schools with the word of information to ensure that future generations can consider these principles that are natural rights as a democratic cornerstone that is taken for granted and not in question anymore.
Thank you, Ms. Grippo. And now Mr. Simon Moltkin from Belgium.
Oui, merci, Madame.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. I'd like first of all to thank ever so much indeed the rapporteur for his outstanding work, which takes stock of this situation on the continent. I think it's a real pity that some colleagues, from the looks of things, haven't properly read the report and the different components in the report. For instance, prohibition of pride marches, clamping down on gay-friendly events. Can I remind you that a few years ago there was an event that hit an attack in Oslo, and we've had people being beaten up on beaches because of their sexual orientation. There's a country that's not that far from the country of Europe stated that LGBT movements were terrorist movements. And don't forget that online harassment concerns all LGBTI persons, and it has a huge impact on their mental health. I'd also like to give thought to people who are not covered by this report, that is, homosexual people in Uganda who are being repressed, and in Iran as well, people who are courageous enough to come out, and Egypt as well, people who are being subject to a crackdown, who are being harassed as a result of their sexual orientation. I'd also like to think of people who are undergoing migration and as a result of their sexual orientation not being sufficiently taken on board with regard to asylum application procedures. I think we need to factor in the situation of such people who are vulnerable on two fronts, from migration and because of their sexuality. Yes, colleagues, I'm a homosexual man, but my sexuality does not guide my ideology and it doesn't guide my political choices. It only and solely guides people that I want to love. Now, you from the populist movements and Mr. Orban and Ms. Meloni, I have a message for you. You talk about sexual propaganda. Well, you will never, ever choose who I want to kiss in the street. You will never ever tell me who I can marry. You will never tell me what family I want to create and who I want to love. And the message I'd like to say to all these people and all LGBTI queer plus people listening to us, be proud of who you are. Be proud of who you love. The Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe is with you, is at your side. And thank you very much indeed for being proud and remain proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Motkin. And now, Gabriela Benavides Cobos from Mexico.
Es una distinción estar presente.
It's a great honor for me to be present here today as we celebrate the second 2024 part session of the Council of Europe. I represent my country, Mexico, here as a standing observer in this assembly. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our rapporteur, Christophe Lacroix, and his team for this report. We agree that respect of all values and human rights without any discrimination is something which our national legislation as well as international instruments must guarantee. In liberty, in Mexico, the right to freedom of expression and assembly are recognized by our Magna Carta in Articles 6 and 9. And this is the basis for our democracy. Guaranteeing the rights of the LGBTIQ plus community in Mexico hasn't been simple because of the discrimination they face not just in Europe but elsewhere in the world. As an observer country in this assembly, we are committed to ensure that we apply rules to guarantee the respect of the rights of members of our community. Between September and December 2022, the Senate of the Republic in Mexico adopted the prohibition and criminalization of sexual conversion therapy, known in our country as ECOSIG, efforts to correct sexual orientation and gender identity. We also banned any other type of conversion therapy. The major step forward in our community has been an historic resolution which declares that laws prohibiting same-sex marriage in all the country's states are unconstitutional. As a result, state laws have been reformed so as to promote marriage for all. We've seen growing recognition of sexual and gender diversity, and this has improved the situation of members of the community. This change in attitude in our country has created an attitude which is more favourable to ensure that people from the community can take part in political life and can occupy political posts without fear of discrimination or exclusion. The electoral reform adopted on the 1st of January 2021 provides for affirmative action on the basis of intersectionality for the electoral process, so as to ensure that people are discriminated against because of their gender, disability or ethnic origin. This strengthens the inclusion of young people and helps do away with multiple discrimination. Representation of young people via horizontal parity, affirmative action for groups such as the indigenous population, disabled people, and those with sexual diversity promotes greater equality in politics and the electoral system. We mustn't accept any more discrimination of the LGBTIQ+ community. Thank you.
I ask to take the floor Ms. Nerea Aedo.
Thank you. I will speak in Spanish. Lo primero, agradecer al señor Lacroix.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Lacroix for the work on his report. Members of the LGBTI community often suffer discrimination. This discrimination often takes the form of persecution, both inside and outside Europe, and I think it's interesting to note that you refer in your report to asylum. In some cases, LGBTI people are stigmatized and indeed criminalized. What we have to remember is that within the LGBTI community, and I would include plus with that as well, there are different categories. So, for example, lesbians are more invisible than gay men, transgender people are more vulnerable than other groups, and I don't think we should try to have a one-size-fits-all approach. The title of this refers to freedom of expression and assembly for LGBTI plus people in Europe. We're talking about fundamental rights. The fact is, we're talking about Europe here. If you come from a country such as Israel, which for some years now has had a law against discrimination and recognition of rights of people from the trans community. I come from the city of Bilbao, which has been described or officially described as gay-friendly for some time now. And for 19 years, homosexual relationships have been permitted. So, I think this report is ambitious. However, there is an impression that one might be given that there is no real risk, and that's simply not true, and that's why this report is so important, to dispel that idea. The fact is, there are many differences depending whereabouts people come from in the world. There are some places where legislation exists, but despite that, there are verbal and physical attacks against people from the community. Life is made difficult for them. And there are other countries which don't even have any legislation and don't intend to adopt any. I think what's particularly worrying for us now is the increase in hate speech. There have also been attempts to try to make this collective, this community, invisible. Or people within the community feel they have to make themselves invisible. When progressive parties reach power, they adopt reforms which improve the situation. Or when our opponents take power, they adopt legislation which takes a step backwards. We all have a duty to promote education, awareness, and critical thinking. And obviously, it goes without saying that we have to defend freedom of expression and assembly. Above all, what we have to defend, however, is all rights for all people. And we have to promote diversity and the wealth it brings with it. I'd like to refer now to a song. Don't worry, I'm not going to sing. A Spanish singer said that everybody is what they are. Everybody is like everybody else, and they can go down the stairs however they want.
Edo, and now Ms. Wanda Nowicka from Poland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking with regard to the report on freedom of expression and assembly by LGBTI people in Europe, written by Mr. Christophe Lacroix. I would like to address the situation of LGBTI communities in Poland, as Mr. Lacroix covered it extensively, fairly, and accurately in his report. Thank you, Christophe, for that. The report informed the Parliamentary Assembly about serious violations of human rights of LGBTI persons, including freedom of expression and assembly, which have been taking place for the last 8 years or so under former leadership of Poland. Some of the violations included shameful LGBT-free zones, actions, and disgraceful anti-LGBT resolutions adopted by over 100 municipalities. The report addressed also a case of pressing legal charges in court for so-called offending religious beliefs against feminist activists presenting the Virgin Mary picture with the rainbow halo. None of these shameful actions function anymore, and feminist activists finally won in court. So I'm happy to report the recent good news from Poland in this regard. The situation in Poland has been improving, mainly because, but not exclusively, due to the recent change of leadership in Poland and the fact that the new government and the legislature is committed to combat the discrimination of LGBTI communities, women and other disadvantaged groups, including national and ethnic minorities. But before moving towards the government plans, I would like to mention about the increasing support in the society at large, including young people, proving that the Polish society is much more progressive than conservative politicians who quite often carry on their campaigns using hate speech as a political tool to gain support among populist supporters. Young people are becoming more and more open, progressive, and engaged in promoting human rights, social diversities, and equality. One of the initiatives I would like to mention about is a project called LGBTI-Friendly Schools contest, promoting positive attitudes of pupils and students in schools. In last ranking, carried out for a fifth time, 20,000 of students and 200,000 of schools participated. On the governmental level, I'm glad to report that for the first time in Polish history, there is a constitutional minister for equality in government. The Minister for Equality has been meeting with LGBTI organizations and initiatives in recent weeks to consult the draft law on civil partnerships. We would want to make sure that civil society is included in this process. And the Ministry of Equality also supports events related to LGBT issues, including gay pride parades, especially in small cities that require more support. And finally, the Ministry of Justice leads the efforts to amend the criminal code to include additional safeguards for legal protection concerning sexual orientation and gender identity in relation to hate crimes. Dear colleagues, I hope that undertaken action and legal initiatives soon will significantly improve the status of LGBTI communities in Poland. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Nowicka. And now, Ms. Anna-Kristiina Mikkonen from Finland.
Merci, Madam. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. Colleagues, the rights to freedom of expression and assembly are fundamental rights for everyone. Respecting these rights is at the heart of any functioning democracy. Clear political support for combating all forms of discrimination, training for law enforcement officials, awareness-raising campaigns on the rights of LGBTI persons, and combating prejudice from a very early age can help build a diverse and inclusive society in which everyone's right to freedom of expression and assembly is protected. Equality before the law, particularly for LGBTI persons, has not yet been fully achieved throughout Europe. There should be investment in gender equality education and awareness-raising campaigns on LGBTI rights and diversity. For LGBTI persons, however, the rights to freedom of expression and assembly are particularly important, as all too often they still feel obliged to conceal themselves for fear of being rejected by those around them, or for fear of being attacked verbally or physically in the public space or online. They are developing a feeling of shame which is more or less strong as a result of the heteronormative nature of our societies. many LGBTI persons continue to remain silent because of this shame imposed on them by society. This forced silence can have tragic consequences. Political parties should engage in the fight against hate. Whatever its basis, whatever the grounds, they should oppose anti-LGBTI hate speech and misinformation and abide by the principles and rules underpinning a non-racist and inclusive society. We politicians must express our support for defenders of the rights of LGBTI persons and civil society organizations. Valuing and respecting diversity will enable our societies to move forward. Protecting the rights of LGBTI persons means protecting the dignity of every person, that is, the right to live without hiding, the right to love, the right to marry, and the right to exist. Accepting everyone and protecting diversity will help us to move forward. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Mikkonen. And now, Mr. Bertrand Wix from France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President, Madam Chairperson of the committee, Mr. Rapporteur. Our continent is based on democracy and the rule of law, and we repeat this, in fact, in every session. It's also predicated on freedom, the freedom of all people to lead their own lives and to enjoy all the rights guaranteed to them, regardless of the life they lead. The situation of LGBTI persons is therefore at the heart of our concerns. It's a source of pride for our continent that we continue to guarantee the freedom of expression and assembly to LGBTI persons, just as we do to everyone else in our countries, because to live a happy life, there is no need to live in hiding. To live in hiding is to live in fear, to live in self-limitation, and this is something that must be combated. I'm very grateful indeed to the rapporteur for taking up this issue. Indeed, we are always concerned about the situation of LGBTI persons when we travel around the world as European parliamentarians. But there is still progress, however, to be made in our own countries, not to mention the risk of backsliding that lurks in these troubled geopolitical times. Simone de Beauvoir, the great French feminist philosopher, said, and let me quote her, "Never forget that all it takes is a political, economic, or religious crisis for women's rights to be called into question. These rights can never be taken for granted. You must remain vigilant throughout your lives." Obviously, this quote also applies to the rights of LGBTI persons. So yes, we need to be more than ever vigilant. The report mentions numerous bans on demonstrations in various European countries in the name of public order. Freedom must be the rule, and bans must be the exception. First and foremost, public authorities must do everything in their power to allow freedom to flourish and not to take the easy way out by banning LGBTI persons from organizing a pride march because of the public order problems that might be caused by other people who don't like it. The case law of the European Court of Human Rights is very clear on this point. It must be applied everywhere and without hesitation. The report describes very worrying cases of crackdowns in a context of increasing reactionary tendencies, direct police crackdown or harassment of associations representing LGBTI interests, administrative, judicial, or any other kind of harassment. We must be very firm indeed when this occurs in countries that are members of our institution. The draft resolution makes a number of proposals to abolish the last of the outdated errors in our constitutions and legislation, but also, and I'd say above all, to focus on the education and ongoing training of the various institutional players. This is a step in the right direction, and I will vote enthusiastically for the draft resolution. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President.
Weeks, and now Ms. Olena Moskhenets from Ukraine. to thank Mr. Lacroix for raising this issue in the Assembly. I also thank you, Madam President, for reminding us that today's debate is dedicated to the issue of LGBTI rights. Despite the war, Ukraine is trying to support every group of the population. So we believe that it is inappropriate to manipulate the issues of LGBTI people and national minorities. The movement for the rights and equality of the LGBTI community in Ukraine has a long and complex history. However, this movement has always been closely associated with brave and open-minded individuals who fought for their rights and the rights of others. The first attempts to organize the LGBTI community in Ukraine took place in the first half of the 1990s, but the process was extremely difficult due to social, cultural, and political changes. Over time, activists began to stand up for their rights more firmly, and in 1997, the first LGBTI organization was established in Ukraine. Yes, indeed, as noted in the report, the LGBTI movement in Ukraine has faced and continues to face rejection by society, as in many other European countries. In the same time, Ukraine is moving towards ensuring and guaranteeing the rights of the population to express themselves. In Ukraine, a draft law on legalizing civil partnership registration for the different sex and the same-sex couples was supposed to be developed by the government in 2017 as a step towards Ukrainian integration. This was also envisaged in the National Human Rights Strategy for the period up to 2020. However, the draft law was never adopted, and the obligation to consider it was transferred to the new National Human Rights Strategy approved in March 2021. In order to implement the strategy, the action plan for 2021-2023 was approved, which set out a commitment to introduce the institution of registered civil partnership by December 2023. A year ago, the National Democratic Institute conducted a nationwide survey which asked, among other things, where the respondents agreed with the statement that LGBT plus people should have the right to civil partnership. This statement was supported by 56% of respondents, and another 8% was neutral. In March 2023, a draft law was registered to establish the institution of registered partnership, which is pending consideration by the Parliament. After state registration, the partners will acquire the status of close relatives, namely a family member. This issue of state recognition of civil partnership among the LGBTI community is now more important than ever for Ukrainians in the context of the ongoing war. As a representative of the community are now fighting in the armed force of Ukraine and I engage in the military volunteering. The LGBTI military organization which advocates for the rights of the LGBTI community in Ukraine and particularly published photos of gay and lesbian soldiers estimates the number of LGBTI people in the army is about 50,000. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Ms. Moskenets. And the last speaker is Ms. Elvia Marcela Mora Arellano from Mexico.
¿Es este?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Honourable members, I would like to commend the 75th anniversary of the creation of the Council of Europe. 25 years ago, Mexico joined as an observer. Mr. Lacroix, I would like to thank you and congratulate you too for this excellent report. I would also like to thank member states of the Council of Europe for the solidarity which they've shown to my country in condemning the flagrant violation committed by the government of Ecuador following the events in the Mexican embassy in Quito. Articles 22 and 29 of the case set by Ecuador against Mexico have led to international condemnation, and Europe joined that. Thank you. I would also like to thank the European legislators and the parliamentary groups who have worked together in this international case. Ladies and gentlemen, our right as legislators is to defend the rights of people, whatever their sexual orientation might be. In Mexico, great progress has been made, fighting the discrimination against homosexuals, not just in speech, but also in behavior. We are convinced that love is going to be shared by everybody. Since 2022, the American Congress has been sent an initiative from the Senate calling for legislation banning conversion therapy. The objective of these therapies is inhuman in the sense that they're designed to do away with the sexual and gender identity of people. This is an inhumane practice which can actually also include things such as electroshocks. So, in 2024, we had a new chapter of this legislation regarding crimes against the sexual or gender identity of people. This has been added to the federal legal code in a chapter which says that all people who carry out, support or encourage conversion therapy or services limiting sexual identity or gender identity of people would be subject to 3 to 6 years of prison plus a fine. That's the situation now in Mexico. This means that together with France, Germany, Canada, Greece, Iceland, and Spain, we are moving towards full protection of all people in the LGBTIQ community, as well as in protecting democracy, based on the understanding that all rights apply to all people, whatever their identity and background might be. Thank you.
Thank you for keeping within time. And that's the end of the list of the speakers. Now I give the floor to Mr. Lacroix to reply to the debate, and you have 3 minutes, sorry.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President. Well, I'd like to thank everyone who did us the honor of reading the report. I'd like to thank everyone apart from one person who clearly has not read the report and who showed his nationalist imagination based on virility, and it was very patriarchal, white and heteronormative context. But what can we expect from someone who is the vice president of the former Jobbik extreme right party in Hungary? Even animals could get married tomorrow. If you adopt single-sex marital laws in countries, or if you adopt legislation to recognize transgender people. This is what we hear from some people say. It's a social danger, apparently, for people, in particular for transgender persons. And this is the hate speech that we still have to contend with today. And as Anna Batsela said, it's never something that can be taken for granted. Bertrand, you were saying this earlier, in fact, reminding us of the wonderful Simone de Beauvoir. Anna, you reminded us that these aren't privileges as such. It's simply exercising one's fundamental rights. Valentina, you mentioned protecting the freedom of expression. Simon, you underlined the fact that it was important for us to be proud of who we are. Fonda, you said that young people are more open. And I would agree with you, but I would like to point out that there are more and more accounts that we're hearing with regard to social networks and young people, in which it's quite clear that on social networks there's a sort of male-dominated social networks with heteronormative context and homophobic as well, and sexist tendencies as well. Unfortunately, there are lots of young men in particular who are homophobic, despite the fact that the vast majority of young people are far more tolerant than their parents and grandparents, great-grandparents were. I'd like to pay tribute to everyone who has lost their lives for this cause. And to also pay tribute to people who were victims of violence. Now, in my country, there are two girls not a few years ago who were harassed and arrested and kidnapped by 4 people who beat them to death and abandoned them. And I'd like to pay tribute to them. Now, am I an ideology? Am I an LGBTQI ideology? Well, I'm Christophe. I'm the son of Edmond and Nelly. I'm the grandson of Maria and Elmog. I'm also the grandson of Théophile and Bertha. These are 3 couples I'd like to pay tribute to, who are all heterosexual couples. I'm the result of biology, of nature, as so many men and women, ever since men and women have been on this earth, even though there's no account from prehistory, but ever since we've seen art, it's very clear that there have been LGBTQIs. They've been around ever since, and they're not going to change. They'll continue to fight for their rights without removing the rights from other people. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Lacroix. Would the chair of the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, Ms. Maria Metsentseva, like to take the floor? Yes. Please, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, Madam President, thank you very much. Thank you for courageous chairwomanship of this important debate. It doesn't mean if we are not all present here, it's not important. I'm sure many LGBTI people across Europe and beyond, in Canada, in Mexico, in other observer states to the Council of Europe, will watch it and cherish what we have produced. And I would like to thank Christophe for his tremendous work, for putting his personal case bravely in front of many people who are suffering today inhuman treatment at workplaces, among friends, in the family, from the family members even, and in the society in general. Dear colleagues, quite recently our committee in high numbers addressed and attended the New York session of the Commission of the Status of Women, where we had a great chance to participate as a Council of Europe, a parliamentary assembly, in many meetings. And you know, UN findings are not very positive for us. And if we will continue with the same speed of the changes, not in terms of producing the reports, but actually implemented what we write in them, it will take us another, and I would like to pay your attention, another 300 years to be approached closer to equality between women and men. I would also paraphrase it, it will take us another 300 years to start respecting each other and to start respecting our choices and the Convention of European Human Rights, which is also the basic document to this assembly, to this hall, and to organization which celebrates 75 years of activities today. Here in the debate today, I cannot help asking how long it will take us before the LGBTI people will be having the same rights, because they are persons at the same time. And definitely we don't want anything to drag us back in our progress, which we've made already. I want also to say that it's hard to admit that there is a shrinking space in some countries for LGBTI people. I'm proudly being a co-author of the file in Ukrainian Parliament for same-sex marriages, supported by Ministry of Defense and other stakeholders. I hope it will pass on. As my colleague said, these people defend freedom, democracy, and our common values in the field, in the battlefield against common enemy, Russia. Of course, colleagues, we want to say thank you to the tremendous efforts of our Secretariat and all the members of the committee who took up the arms, which are words today, to address this issue in the plenary. And I want to ask you, your presence, if you can text your colleagues, your delegations, to come to the Assembly to support this file in numerous votes. Thank you, Christophe.
Thank you very much, Ms. Metsentseva. The Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination has presented a draft resolution. It's a document 15953, to which no amendments have been tabled. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in the document. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. So, in favor, 61 votes. The draft resolution is adopted anonymously. Thank you. Okay.
Je vous propose de prendre place.
Can I ask you all to take your seats? Colleagues, please can you take your seats? We want to get started. The next item of business this afternoon is debate on the report from Mr. Ynut Marion Stoy on behalf of the Committee on the Honouring Obligations and Commitments by Member States of the Council of Europe, the Monitoring Committee. The report is called the Honouring Obligations and Commitments by Albania, document 15950. We need to finish the plenary session by 8:30, which means I will be interrupting the list of speakers at 8:20 to allow time for the reply and for the vote to be held. Mr. Rapporteur, you have 7 minutes to make your presentation and 3 minutes at the end to reply to the debate. You have the floor, Mr. Rapporteur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear President, dear colleagues, it is my pleasure to present this report. The last time the Assembly debated this subject was in 2014, and from the very start I want you to know that clear and great progress has been made by Albania since that time. I will begin my presentation by highlighting the positive developments. While the political environment remains polarized, we can fortunately say that the systemic political crisis that has dominated politics in Albania for far too long has been largely resolved, even though several of its root causes still remain to be addressed. Finally, we can say that we started to see real democratic dialogue in Albania. Another good thing is that a large-scale territorial administrative reform has been implemented, which merged 374 municipalities into 61. This has considerably strengthened local government and has made it more effective and efficient. This reform has been welcomed by the Congress of Local or Regional Authorities, even though, because there are some concerns about the minority rights caused by this reform, the authorities have informed the Assembly that they intend to carry out a comprehensive evaluation with the purpose of addressing and resolving the shortcomings that have appeared. Another positive aspect is the progress that has been achieved with regard to strengthening the independence, integrity, and efficiency of the judiciary. A constitutional reform package was adopted with support of both the political opposition and the ruling majority that reformed the High Court, the Constitutional Court, and other judicial institutions in line, of course, with European standards. In addition, this reform established a High Council of the Judiciary and a High Prosecutorial Council, of whom the majority of the members are elected by their peers, of course, to ensure the independence of the judiciary. A key component of the judicial reform has been the vetting of all judge and prosecuting positions. The effects of the vetting procedure, which has been supervised by the international community, have been dramatic and demonstrate the necessity of this process. To date, over 62% of all the persons vetted were dismissed, mostly because they failed to justify their assets or resigned themselves to avoid the vetting process altogether. This vetting process has had a considerable impact on the efficiency of the administration of justice over the last years. A significantly reduced number of judges and prosecutors remained in the system. However, measures and reforms have been adopted to alleviate these negative effects, including through the adoption of a new judicial map of this country. Similarly, tangible progress has been made with regard to the fight against corruption and organized crime in Albania. The constitutional reform established a new three-leveled institutional structure, the Specialized Structure for Anti-Corruption and Organized Crime, SPAC, consisting of a Bureau of Investigation, Special Prosecutor, and Specialized Court. This is now fully operational, has concrete results, and high-level convictions. Its progress in fighting corruption and organized crime is also reflected in the decision of the Financial Action Task Force to remove Albania from its so-called grey list of countries under intensive monitoring. On another subject, human rights are in general well respected in Albania, which is a historically multi-ethnic and multicultural multicultural society that has a long-standing tradition of interreligious dialogue and tolerance. However, minority rights, from my point of view, need, of course, to be strengthened. Dear colleagues, on the basis of this marked and considerable progress achieved by this country, the committee therefore proposed to the Assembly to close the monitoring procedure and to open, of course, the post-monitoring dialogue with Albania. At the same time, the committee is fully aware that a number of concerns remain to be addressed. The authorities and all political forces in the Parliament have assured us about their political will to address these remaining issues in the framework of the post-monitoring dialogue, and indeed, we have already seen a number of developments that back up this promise. The extreme polarization of the political environment and the often zero-sum political strategies remain, of course, a point of concern. Compounded by the highly fragmented opposition in the country, this polarization is undermining parliamentary oversight and the proper functioning of the system of checks and balances in the country. It is up to both the ruling majority and, of course, the opposition to address this problem. And in this respect, we very much welcomed the renewed dialogue between the ruling party and the main opposition fraction in the parliament that was initiated a few weeks ago. And several inquiry commissions have been established and ad hoc committees on important reforms started their work, which will, of course, strengthen the oversight role of the parliament. It is only the first step, but from my point of view, is a very important one. While the progress in the fight against corruption is considerable, it is now important that the first tangible results become a non-reversible trend. Moreover, Greco's latest compliance report shows that the most of its recommendations still need to be addressed, especially those with regard to preventing corruption and promoting integrity in central government's institution, I mean the top executive functions. And this should be without hesitation or delayed implemented. It is of great concern that three essential bylaws needed to implement the 2017 law on minorities have still not been adopted, which practically blocks the implementation of the entire law. This should be addressed as a matter of urgency from our point of view, and in addition, the legal 20% threshold for the enjoyment of minority rights in a municipality should be revised. The authorities have expressed their willingness to address these issues. Lastly, the media environment is the only area where we feel no real progress has been made since our last report. While Albania's media environment is diverse and overall pluralistic, although split along political parties' lines, threats and harsh rhetoric against journalists by political actors are unfortunately increasing. While the so-called anti-defamation legal package was withdrawn by the authorities following international criticism, defamation remains criminalized, and the use of defamation lawsuits and defamation slaps to silence media outlets, of course, is increasing. The authorities should decriminalize defamation and limit, of course, the clearly disproportionate fines and amounts that can be awarded as compensation. In addition, they should adopt effective anti-slap legislation. In conclusion, Mr. President, dear member, there is no doubt in my mind that this issue can be addressed in the framework of the post-monitoring dialogue, and the authorities have made it clear that they have both the political will and, of course, the intention to do so. I therefore ask you to support the draft resolution as presented by us. Lastly, I would like to thank the authorities for their cooperation and willingness to dialogue with us. As rapporteurs, I wish to thank, of course, all the past co-rapporteurs for Albania. Their contribution to the report is very well reflected in the report. I can say that it was a group effort, and last but not least, I wish to thank the Secretariat of the committee for all their hard work and support. It was a tremendous help for us writing this report. Thank you very much, and I'm waiting for questions.
Merci, Monsieur le Rapporteur.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Rapporteur. We're now going to move to the general debate. Please, may I remind you that your speaking time should be no more than 3 minutes per speaker. We'll start with the representatives from the political groups. And for the EPP, our first speaker is Mr. Torrinson from Iceland. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, on behalf of my group, I would like to thank the Monitoring Committee and the rapporteur, Mr. Stroh. The report outlines the excellent progress made by Albania over the last years in honoring its obligations and commitments to the Council of Europe and this Assembly. The draft resolution therefore proposes to end the monitoring procedure and to open a post-monitoring dialogue with Albania. We support this conclusion and want to congratulate all political stakeholders in Albania with this achievement. At the same time, in commendable transparency, the report also noted a number of remaining concerns that it expects Albania to address as a matter of priority. Allow me to highlight some areas to which my group attaches particular importance. First of all, the political environment. The resolution notes that the root causes for the political crisis that has plagued the country for many years still remain to be addressed. The key root cause is the extreme polarization of the political environment. Both the ruling majority and the opposition have failed to recognize their proper role in the governance of the country. While the opposition should indeed recognize that they are the opposition, the ruling majority should follow an inclusive governing style that favors dialogue and cooperation with the opposition. Secondly, minority rights. More needs and can be done for the protection of minority rights in Albania. My group in this context also highlights the challenges faced by the Greek minority in Albania and the questions raised about the respect for minority rights by the developments around the election of the mayor of Himara. They needed to be addressed, and it is indeed essential that the bylaws that are needed to implement the 2017 law on the protection of minority rights are adopted in close consultation with the Council of Europe without any further delay. This is a crucial issue for my group. If no progress has been made, it is respected by the time of the first report in the post-monitoring dialogue. The monitoring committee should indeed consider the suggestions outlined in the paragraph 22 of the draft resolution. Thirdly, we welcome and congratulate the country with the progress made in the fight against corruption and organized crime, but we wish to underscore that corruption is still a widespread problem and that there is no place for self-approval. The real result that we are seeing and welcoming should be that corruption has no place in Albanian society. Mr. President, regardless of the importance of the remaining concerns, we recognize that they are by far outweighed by the progress made and result achieved, and we therefore fully support the draft resolution as well as the amendment that was made to it. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's now move to the ALDE group. Ms. Sabina Kudic, you have the floor.
Thank you. As one of my favorite writers, Albanian writers, Ismail Kadare would say, the writer is always in some form of, in some extent of exile, and there is always a distance. And one can say the same for our authors of today's report, who so elegantly managed to take a distance, be objective, I would say measured in their assessment of Albania's progress, and I would like to use this opportunity to congratulate them on that. When we look at the situation and the fact that Albania has been under permanent monitoring procedure since 1995, this is in some way a historic day for Albania, considering recommendations of the authors to move away from the permanent monitoring and to enter the post-monitoring dialogue. At the same time, the report not only recognizes the progress, and we are particularly satisfied with the level of detail that they outline in recognizing the steps that Albania needs to take in the dialogue to avoid the potential situation in which they would return to full monitoring procedure. Namely, the issues that we are concerned with are the issues of media freedoms, minority rights as recognized by the report, but also recognizing the new legal framework for elections and the fact that local communities have received the much needed strengthening of self-government, reform of judiciary that I do have to say coming from the region is inspirational for the entire region considering the percentage of vetted judges and the way that the judges have been depoliticized, the way that the judicial system has been depoliticized. Of course, as we all know, the previous reports have always recognized the level of political crisis in Albania and the enormous level of political divisions within the country. And we salute the fact that of the easing of the political crisis, but the division, as the report recognizes, and as those of us who are familiar with the situation on the ground, they remain and they need additional work. I would also like to highlight an issue that's important for the group that I stand here to represent, ALDE, which is the property rights, Casa Iorga situation with the Romanian property in Albania, the incredible number of court cases, applications for the European Court of Human Rights. These are the issues that need strengthening. And as we recognized yesterday in discussing opening the doors to Kosovo, what is important is to highlight and recognize that this kind of report is not the end of monitoring, but the beginning of a long road of dialogue and close monitoring of the promised and promising, I would say, improvements in Albania. So again, congratulations. We have an amendment. We salute the work of the committee for recognizing the amendment, and we will be happy to support your report. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me now give the floor on behalf of the Socialist Group to Mr. Schenach. You have the floor.
Danke sehr, Herr Präsident.
Thank you, President. I would like to start by congratulating the rapporteur. I think we're making history this week. Yesterday we did it with Kosovo, and today we're doing it with an application regarding the post-monitoring procedure, or to move from monitoring to post-monitoring. I remember when I was chairman of the committee, the first country to have been subjected to Monaco was then approved. However, as is made clear in the report, the situation is always a bit of a mixture of dark and light. So the real compliment I would pay to the rapporteur in the report, and I say this as somebody who knows the country very well, so the compliment is deserved, I think, by taking a close look at this stubborn political crisis which never left any space for dialogue, and this is gradually festering. However, out of this, we must hope to form a broad-based consensus to create a new legal setup. And this could lead to institutional reform with a reduction of the enormous number of local authorities, for example. This could also bring about changes to the judicial system where judges and prosecutors would be placed under international observation. And this is a big step forward, and I think Albania deserves our congratulations. As far as the consequences of moving into the post-monitoring phase are concerned, as is clear in this report, a great deal remains to be done. So, for example, a long-standing problem, which there's been a whole series of blockages on, a new ombudsman is required, as is an ombudsperson responsible for discrimination. Thinking back to Christoph's report beforehand, when it comes to LGBTI rights, Albania still has quite a lot of work to do. Discrimination in the world of work has been improved, but it's still not possible to have registered partnerships. Moving on now to something which is quite concerning, which is the fact that organised crime and systematic corruption continue to prevail in the country. And as a former rapporteur on SLAPS, I would appeal to colleagues from Albania. It's simply not acceptable that journalists can be threatened with so many SLAPS procedures to force them to remain silent. Something has to be done about this. So there are, of course, media outlets, but the media situation has deteriorated considerably in Albania. So there's a great deal of work to be done in the post-monitoring procedure. In particular, the drop in the number of local authorities means that we should be particularly vigilant when it comes to minority rights, but the rapporteurs referred to that. So my group will be supporting this move into the post-monitoring procedure, and we are delighted to support that.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Shanak. We've finished with the spokespersons from the political groups. Let's now move to the general debate with speakers. Let me first of all give the floor to Ms. Christiana Eretokritou from Cyprus. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank the rapporteur for this excellent report. I must say it is very well balanced, outlining on the one hand the efforts that have been made in the past few years for the country to move forward along European and Council of Europe values, and of the democratic backsliding on the other hand, of our values, the details of which are also regrettably very accurately and fairly pointed out. We, dear colleagues, believe in human rights, democracy and the rule of law. All member states of the Council of Europe are expected to fully adhere to these. At the same time, it is true, we have to strike a balance between not turning a blind eye to our values, but at the same time not to be so rigid. We have to strike a balance between our values and how we quantify our benchmark for a country to continue to be or exit the monitoring procedure. So how much democracy, rule of law, and how many human rights are member states expected to protect and uphold? The answer is all of it, because any other answer would undermine the credibility of our organization. I strongly believe that a country that does not fully, unequivocally accept and implement our basic values, such as freedom of the press and fair, unimpeded and transparent elections, should remain under the monitoring procedure, not in the form of a punishment, but as an expression of absolute commitment of this Assembly to provide all and any assistance for the member state in question to fully adhere to the values that all of us do. I am particularly alarmed by the references in the report on the freedom of the press. Democracy and freedom of the press go hand in hand. You cannot have a little freedom or adequate freedom, or even a lot of freedom of the press. Freedom of the press must be an absolute value in our organization. I am particularly alarmed with the recent reference from Reporters Without Borders on Albania. They state, not a week goes by without an attempt on press freedom and right to information in Albania. The draft resolution rightly points out that the media environment, instead of improving, has continued to deteriorate. Journalists are self-censoring, slaps are widely used, while journalists are victims of organized crime and at times police violence, spurred on by the government's failure to protect them. And while on the topic of the police, as the report points out, police are allowed to receive funding from private sources and can perform paid services, providing security at private events. Furthermore, according to the report, minority rights have de facto been reduced, and I cannot but mention the case of Mr. Fred Belleri, an ethnic Greek who was elected mayor of Himara in May 2023, but is not allowed to take the oath and take up the office on fabricated criminal charges, which he has stated he will pursue up to the European Court of Human Rights. The objective, of course, has been fulfilled, the objective being to enable the incumbent to continue to act as mayor despite losing the elections and enable him to continue to make decisions, including ones that have a financial dimension. Dear colleagues, clearly this is a politically motivated case pursued not in accordance with the rule of law, but rather as a result of Prime Minister Edi Rama's political interference at all levels of governance in order to eliminate and/or silence political opponents. This is in breach of the democratic process, and Albania must address these unresolved issues as a matter of urgency, as well as corruption that continues to be widespread and systemic in nature and connected to organized crime. It is therefore imperative for the Council of Europe to continue to assist and support the prevalence of our values in Albania via the monitoring process. Thank you.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you very much indeed. Let me now give the floor to the next speaker on the list. That's Danica Sasheva, Bulgaria. You have the floor.
Elles ne sont pas être là. Et maintenant, Madame Boglarka Iles de Hongrie. Alors, on continue. Madame Mireille Clapeau.
Go ahead, Mireille Clapeau.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le rapporteur.
Thank you very much indeed, President. Rapporteur, dear colleagues, by commenting on this excellent report, well, we can see 10 years have elapsed. Well, there's so much perseverance, both on the part of the successive rapporteurs and also on the part of the country monitored by the Council of Europe. Albania, despite the crises, has taken very seriously the set of commitments and obligations that reflect the values and fundamental principles of other organizations such as democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. Albania has also embarked on its application to join the European Union, which has required enormous and considerable reforms. The European Council on the 25th of March 2020 finally decided to open up accession negotiations with Albania, and I, like the rapporteur, welcome this decision. I'm well aware of Albania's special history and its wish to emerge from the shackles of 56 years of dictatorship. The efforts in the report that have been made to do this bear witness to this. However, the country of the eagle, because this is the name of Albania, still faces challenges when it comes to effectively implementing its commitments. Political polarization remains very high. The media is regularly subjected to threats and hostile comments. The electoral framework lacks stability. Diaspora voting is still not possible. Buying a vote has not been completely eliminated, even though the judiciary, which is the cornerstone of the rule of law, has been reformed proactively from the highest courts to ordinary judges. Justice still remains too slow, and the threshold of cases is too low to allow the backlog of cases to be cleared and to restore confidence of the Albanians. Progress has been made in the fight against corruption, but only 5 of the 24 recommendations made by Greco have actually been implemented, as noted in this report by a colleague, Unit Marion Story. Finally, and to conclude, the issue of minorities is not sufficiently addressed. The legislation has not been followed up on here. These problems are not inevitable. They're not linked to a Balkan spirit or to Albanian traditions, as so are described by the great writer Ismail Kadare. They're related to still insufficient legislative action, but it is true that the rapporteur does stress in paragraph 46 that there's a need for both the opposition and the majority in power to overcome their conflictual relationship and respect the role and place that each has in the governance of the country. The political will to address the Council of Europe's recommendations is very clearly expressed by the Albanian authorities and the country's political forces. This is why the resolution proposes closing the monitoring procedure and initiating a post-monitoring dialogue. I support this resolution, and I'd also like to round off by paying tribute to the role played by female politicians in Albania. The progress that's been made is down to them as well. Thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Thank you, Madam. Ms. Verina Gilametti from Albania.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, today marks an important moment for Albania, a moment that encapsulates the culmination of 29 years of diligent work, unwavering commitment, and the relentless pursuit of progress, since Albania has become member of this Council. A vote that moves Albania into the post-monitoring process would not be merely a nod to the past. It would be also, for us, a beacon for the future. It would be an acknowledgement of the extraordinary strides we have made in reforming our judicial system, in our staunch fight against corruption, in our steadfast advance towards European Union integration. It would be also an evidence to the improvement we have achieved in the rule of law, democracy, and human rights, the very pillars upon which the Council of Europe stands. Finally, it will be also a fair assessment of our efforts, and this would not be just an achievement for Albania, but also an achievement for the shared value that bind us within this Assembly. We have worked tirelessly to align with the three pillars of the Council of Europe, and of course, much has been done, but also much has to be done, and we are really committed to continue in this path. As we step in this new chapter, we do so with the assurance that our efforts are seen, our progress is recognized, and our direction is affirmed. This momentous occasion is a sign of support to continue in this direction, to keep striving for excellence, to never waver in our commitments to the principle that this Assembly upholds. Last but not least, I extend our heartfelt thanks to each member who has stood by us, who has guided us, and who has believed in us, and most particularly to the two rapporteurs, Mr. Asimolazade and also to Mr. Ionutstro. Your support has been invaluable. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Blerina. Thank you. The floor now is to Maria Sirengela.
Ευχαριστώ κύριε Πρόεδρε. Κυρίες και κύριοι, η διαρκώς αναπτυσσόμενη προσπάθεια.
Thank you, President. Ladies and gentlemen, ongoing efforts by Albania to roll out the reforms necessary to join the European family can only be described as remarkable. However, the progress achieved has been overshadowed by deteriorations in terms of rights of minorities in Albania. I would like to underline the fact that the report does refer to changes which have been made to the map of local authorities in the country. These changes might have led to improvements in local management, but the reform has meant that the number of people of certain ethnic minorities in local authorities are less than 20%. This means that the right to use local languages for purposes of consultative administration have been reduced. At the same time, Albania is also accused of non-implementation of certain rights which are granted to ethnic minorities, and the country itself adopted these reforms in 1997. This is worrying because it sends a very negative signal to the Greek minority in Albania. At the same time, it also strikes a worrying note when it comes to democratic pluralism and the right of minorities in the country. On this point, I would like to refer more specifically to the Greek minority, whether we are talking about the right to self-determination or the right for all Greek children and the grandchildren of Greeks in Albania to be able to use their language at all levels of education, whether indeed we're talking about the protection of property rights for the Greek minority. On all those issues, the Albanian authorities are obliged to respect the rights of all the minorities. Things reached a low point when we have the mayor, Vladimir Kara-Murza, for example, who's still in prison quite illegally. We have no intention of trying to tell the Albanian judiciary what to do. We would simply ask them to read the report. What's important and what's right, the importance of recognizing the situation of the mayor of Vladimir and the importance that he be able to lay down his oath. We call for a fair trial and that the presumption of innocence be fully respected. European acquis means that international law, respect of minorities, international law and human rights be respected. The Albanian authorities are called on in the report to demonstrate that they do respect European values. At the same time, they have to take on the values and ideals of the Council of Europe. The Council of Europe is the most noted organization when it comes to protecting human rights. So we can't accept any backsliding when it comes to human rights and the rule of law.
First of all, let me thank Mr. Ionutstro, the rapporteur,
of the report of Albania and everybody of the colleagues that are staying here and discussing the report on Albania, very important in this phase. Since our accession in 1995, Albania has been steadfast in its commitment to honor the obligation of membership. Over the past decade, Albania has undergone significant legal and institutional reforms, marking a transformative journey. We designed and implemented a radical and unparalleled reform in the justice system in 2016, marking a historic milestone in Albania's statehood. Guided by the conviction that a fully independent judiciary is crucial for Albania's integration, we have shown our commitment to upholding the rule of law. We championed a justice model that positions Albania as a model in the region. Through the implementation of comprehensive institutional and legal framework, this reform has been fundamentally reshaped the judicial system. By preventing political influence from the judiciary's appointment and promotion procedures, it has created a justice system devoted to the principles of fairness, integrity, independency, effective and accessible for all citizens. Fight against corruption through the vetting process of judges and prosecutors and through special structures for fighting organized crime and corruption has delivered notable successes. Justice reform has been the green light for Albanian path in European integration and has been highly praised from both the European Union and the Council of Europe in itself. On the other side, we have embarked on a rigorous path strengthening the democracy and enhance freedom of expression, protect minority rights, improve the rights of vulnerable groups, and also build up a political climate that would strengthen the check and balances. Even me, as General Rapporteur for Violence Against Women for the Assembly, it is appraised the immense work that has been done in advancing and promoting the gender balance and advocating and protecting the women's rights, especially those that are exposed by all forms of violence, in compliance with the Istanbul Convention. Albania has been praised by the European community and the other leaders as an accountable ally for the security and stability in the region. And we have been 100% in the same line as all European countries and other international organizations for the foreign policy. I totally understand the Greek colleagues about the Belarus case, but this is a justice issue. And since it is a justice issue, this is the justice reform that we designed to deal with the cases that are under this power. Thank you.
Next speaker is Alain Milon.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much indeed, President. On the last occasion that our Parliamentary Assembly took a position on the situation in Albania, it was in 2014. I think there's no doubt that since then a huge amount of progress has been made, and it's something that we can commend. A number of reforms have been undertaken to guarantee the independence and integrity of the judiciary, a major challenge, of course, when it comes to respecting the rule of law. The constitutional reform of 2016 led to a root and branch reorganization of the Supreme Court and the Constitutional Court in line with the recommendations made by a monitoring committee. It also resulted in the creation of a High Council of Judges and a High Council of Prosecutors. Most importantly, the qualifications of judges and prosecutors are now subject to an effective vetting process, which in fact has resulted in more than 60% of those vetted being disqualified. This shows just how necessary this procedure was and still is. The creation of a new judicial map has also led to a significant drop in the number of pending cases before the courts. And this is helping to boost the confidence of Albanian citizens in the judicial system. significant progress has also been made in the fight against corruption with the creation of specialized judicial institutions to combat this scourge, which unfortunately remains all too widespread in Albania. I'm also delighted that the decisions of the European Court of Human Rights on the return of property looted by the communist regime from 1944 to 1992 have been enforced, which has enabled Albania to close a painful chapter in its history. Despite this progress, there are a number of issues which remain of concern. This is particularly the case when it comes to the tensions that still exist between the different political parties. Our rapporteur puts it very strongly when he notes that political polarization in the country, compounded by masquerades between parties and within parties, undermines the system of checks and balances and limits parliamentary oversight. This is obviously a major cause for concern, as is the very negative trend with regard to press freedom. I'm also concerned about the inclusion of minorities in the political landscape because administrative and territorial reform seems to have had some exclusionary impact. So not everything is perfect, far from it. Even though the progress, a benefit to Albanian citizens is real and visible, I note the political will to respect the commitments made when Albania joined the Council of Europe. I will therefore vote in favour of this draft resolution, which recommends closing the monitoring procedure concerning Albania and initiating a post-monitoring dialogue with a view to addressing the remaining concerns which require strong commitment on the part of the Council of Europe. I'd like, therefore, to conclude by thanking and congratulating our rapporteur for this very comprehensive report.
Next speaker is Clotilda Puska. Clotilda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, honorable members of the Parliamentary Assembly. The report prepared by Mr. Stroh, for which we stand and we extend our deepest gratitude, it is simply a reflection of Albania's transformative journey. The justice reform, a cornerstone of our progress, has yielded tangible results, strengthened the rule of law, and laid the ground for a more transparent, accountable judiciary. Referring to the comments of my dear Greek colleague here, and not only, related to the Himara mayor-elect, as we are standing here in this organization for the rule of law, I would like to point out that no interference should be done in the justice system activity. And in Albania, due to justice reform, everybody is equal in front of the law. And this is not just a provision, but legal reality, which we should respect and uphold. Justice reform, along with several other reforms undertaken over the last decade, has been pivotal in achieving the positive assessment we discussed today. Albania's reform have touched upon the three pillars of the Council of Europe: human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. In the realm of human rights, Albania has made strides in anti-discrimination efforts, ensuring that all citizens are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve. Our democracy has been bolstered by reforms in public administration and electoral processes, making our institutions more representative and responsive to the needs of the people. The rule of law has been fortified through a relentless fight against corruption and organized crime. These efforts have been recognized internationally, as evidenced by Albania's exit from the enhanced monitoring procedure of Manival last October. This exit is a clear indication of our dedication to combating financial crimes and enhancing transparency in our financial system. Let us also acknowledge the support provided by the European Union and the Council of Europe through the Horizontal Facility Programme, which has been instrumental in consolidating key reforms in judiciary, property rights, and the penitentiary system. These reforms have not only brought Albania closer to European standards, but have also improved the daily lives of our citizens. However, let me reiterate that we must recognize that the journey does not end here. We have a lot to be done. The positive assessment should serve as encouragement for Albania to continue its reformative path with even greater vigor. It is with this spirit that I urge the Parliamentary Assembly to support the report and facilitate Albania's transition into post-monitoring dialogue.
In doing so, we reaffirm our collective belief in the principle that bind us together as members of the Council of Europe. Thank you, Mr. Stroh, for your excellent work, and thank you, members of the Assembly, for considering Albania's continued commitment to our shared ideals. Thank you.
Thank you, Clotilda. Next speaker is Ioannis Ikonomou.
I will speak in Greek. Κυρίες και κύριοι, συζητούμε μια έκθεση για την...
Ladies and gentlemen, we are debating here a report about Albania. At the very heart of this report is an essential matter which is essential, both in terms of human rights, but also in terms of values. I'm talking about Freti Beleri, an important member of the Greek minority in Albania. He was elected as a mayor in the most recent local elections, and since yesterday, his name has been put forward as a candidate at the European elections on behalf of the New Democracy Party. Mr. Beleri was imprisoned on some very dubious pretexts. And since he's been in prison, he has lost or has been deprived of any right to defend himself. According to Albanian legislation, there is absolutely no provision which prevents people who've been who are subject to such accusations being able to lay down their oath as mayor. So if Albania really wants to be a full member of the European family, they can't ignore European legislation. The court in Albania took a decision based on prior instructions to ensure that Mr. Beleri couldn't be appointed as mayor. And once again, they completely ignored the presumption of innocence. I would also like to refer to some information which we heard during the hearing. Mr. Asin Amar, who's an essential witness, was bribed so as to persuade him to say that Mr. Beleri tried to bribe voters. The day after the decision taken by the Albanian courts condemning Mr. Beleri, the Council of Europe's decision to terminate the monitoring procedure for Albania was instrumentalized by Albania so as to burnish its credentials in the field of human rights and rule of law, while ignoring other events. The events I'm referring to represent a clear infringement of the fundamental rights of the Council of Europe. Respect for democracy and rule of law are non-negotiable demands, but they are systematically violated by the Albanian government. This is why the termination of the monitoring procedure is unjustified. Protection of ethnic minorities and of the rights of the Greek minority are issues where Albania must always subject to close scrutiny in the post-monitoring stage.
Francesco Sorbara, you have the floor.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, esteemed colleagues. Thank you to the co-rapporteurs for this very comprehensive report. Canada and Albania have enjoyed a close relationship for several years now, during which Canada has noted Albania's role in contributing to political stability in Southeast Europe. In Canada, there is a law or a bill that has been put in motion which would actually declare October Albanian Heritage Month, as well as the Minister of Foreign Affairs has visited Albania recently. Today, Canada appreciates Albania's clear and marked progress made in honoring its obligations and commitments to the Council of Europe as outlined in this report. However, despite considerable progress, some valid concerns have been raised by the co-rapporteurs, concerns that remain key issues for the future of all Albanians. For example, marked progress is still needed regarding the protection of human rights, including through the respect for freedom of the media, as journalists continue to be the subject of intimidation strategies in the country, an issue that was raised by Canada during Albania's Universal Periodic Review by the United Nations Human Rights Council in 2019. But also with regard to the respect and the protection of the rights of minority Albanian citizens. On this last point, Albania, like Canada, is a diverse and multicultural society, which I recognize comes with its shares of opportunities, but also challenges. To that, I would first echo the report in mentioning that Albania's adoption of the 2017 law on the protection of national minorities was a major and welcome step forward, for the first time providing formal and legal recognition of 9 existing minorities in the country. However, 5 years later, much remains to be done in terms of implementation, namely, as pointed out by the co-rapporteurs, with respect to the right of education in minority languages. We have 2 official languages in Canada, and we know the importance for our citizens in minority situations to have access to quality education. To quote the co-rapporteurs, education in minority languages is an important tool for minorities to protect their culture and ensure their rights. The full implementation of Albania's 2017 law with respect to the right to education in minority languages would therefore contribute to Albania's human rights obligation as part of the Council of Europe, but would assist the successful conduct of the European Union-Albania accession negotiations launched in 2022. Today, just as the co-rapporteurs state, they strongly welcome the start of the EU accession negotiations. I will highlight that Canada also supports Albania's accession into the EU and its aspirations. Nevertheless, in order to achieve those aspirations, I strongly support the report's calls for full implementation of Albania's 2017 law on the protection of national minorities and the enactment of proper Albanian legislation for greater protection of freedom of media. It is a matter of values shared and defended by Canada and this entire Assembly. Merci beaucoup. Grazie. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Dear colleagues, I must now interrupt the list of speakers. The speeches of members on the speakers list who have been present during this debate but have not been able to speak may be given to the table office for publication in the official report. I remind colleagues that the typewritten text can be submitted electronically if possible, no later than 4 hours after the list of speakers is interrupted. I now call Mr. Stroh to reply to the debate. Mr. Stroh, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, dear colleagues, for your words, for your interventions. And of course, I will take somebody's words and begin with the fact that, of course, nothing is perfect. And of course, you saw that the committee was fully aware, and us, the rapporteurs, were fully aware of the numbers of concerns which remain to be addressed. And even if the authorities and the political forces in the parliament assured us about their will to address all these remaining concerns, I will say from the very start that if no tangible or concrete progress will be made in addressing all these concerns on recommendation, Albania can be returned to the full monitoring procedure. Of course, I will start explaining some things about the situation of the jailed mayor, Mr. Belleri. In this case, of course, if you don't know, was dealt with by the justice system and received a conviction for electoral fraud. Of course, I understand some affinity for the members of the Greek community, but we are not in position to judge on this case or make some statements about the case of electoral fraud, of course. However, we had some questions, we had some concerns which are specified in the report about the delayed judgment of the case, about the detention period, about the fact that this mayor wasn't permitted to take his mandate. And in this respect, we have urged the authorities to respect the principles of a due process and presumptions of innocence. And of course, we discussed in detail this case also in our visit to Albania. The second thing that I will mention is about the media. And of course, Mr. Shenak, you are totally right. I mentioned in the report that the Albanian authorities will mandatorily adopt effective and anti-SLAPP legislation, because the media environment, from our point of view, is the only area where we feel that no real progress has been made since the last report 10 years ago. And of course, the freedom of the media is one of the main things when we are talking about democracy. About the minority rights, I cannot agree the idea of one or two of our colleagues that the situation is deteriorating. No, the minority rights situation did improve, but of course we clearly say that they still need further implementation of this law by adopting those three fundamental subsequent essential bylaws needed to implement the law on minorities adopted in 2017. Political environment. Yes, unfortunately, Albania has some kind of sad history regarding this political dialogue between forces in the parliament or in the country, but there are signs of improvement. There is dialogue between them. There are ad hoc committees formed. There are reforms that are started in those committees in the parliament, and for the first time we can say that the political dialogue is at least for this moment established. One more thing to be added. About the implementation of the decision of the courts. Yes, there are some problems. I mentioned them in the report. And being very honest, dear colleagues, implementing the decisions of, especially of the European Court of Human Rights, is a hard process for all the countries. Okay, I will close, and I will say only one thing, dear colleagues. Let's look at the bigger picture. The monitoring and post-monitoring process is based, of course, on dialogue. And we need we help this country to better its democracy.
Thank you.
We must guide them to
I will give the floor now.
Thank you so much.
I will give the floor now to the chair of the Committee on the Honoring of Obligations and Commitments by Member States of the Council of Europe, also known as Monitoring Committee, Mrs. Zanda Kalina Lukasevica. Zanda, you have the floor for 3 minutes.
Dear President, dear colleagues, this report marks an important moment for Albania and its democratic consolidation. Evaluating the clear and marked progress made by Albania over the last years in honoring its commitments and obligations to the Council of Europe, the committee proposes to close the monitoring procedure and to open a post-monitoring dialogue. This is a very important achievement of the country. It took 19 years to arrive at this moment, and it was not an easy road. Serious challenges had to be faced and obstacles overcome. These obstacles are outlined in the report: a systemic political crisis, a polarized political environment, pervasive corruption, the influence of organized crime, and weak judicial institutions. However, as the report underlines, together with the help of the Council of Europe and its other friends, Albania has successfully overcome most of these challenges. The political crisis is largely overcome, even if some of its root causes still remain to be addressed. The judiciary has been reformed, and the country courageously implemented a successful vetting procedure for its judiciary that should be, and already is, an example for other member states. And a comprehensive institutional structure has been put in place to fight corruption and organized crime that has started to show tangible results. This has been achieved of both ruling majority and of the opposition. The report clearly shows that crucial progress was made when opposition and ruling majority overcame their polarization and zero-sum game and policies and engaged in dialogue and cooperation for the better of the country. That has been a very important factor in reaching our conclusion and should be a guide for all. It is also an achievement of the monitoring procedure. Indeed, this is an achievement of the monitoring procedure. The report clearly shows that role played by the rapporteurs, monitoring committee and assembly in encouraging and helping the different ruling majorities and opposition to overcome their differences and find common solutions, and in providing it with recommendations and expertise, and of maintaining a constructive and open dialogue with all political forces and stakeholders in the country. And here I would like to join the rapporteur for both highlighting and thanking the Albanian delegation and Albanian authorities for the cordial and constructive dialogue with our rapporteurs and committee over all these years. Our work is not yet over, and I hope, no, actually I'm sure, that this excellent and fruitful cooperation will continue during the post-monitoring dialogue to resolve the few remaining but nevertheless crucial issues and concerns. I would like to thank our rapporteur, Mr. Jonut Stroh, for his excellent work, and also all the previous rapporteurs whose work has contributed to the report. As Mr. Stroh noted himself, monitoring reports are often group efforts. And I thank you very much, and I hope that, dear colleagues, you will support this report as proposed by the committee.
We have no time, Zanda. Thanks a lot. I have received, ladies and gentlemen, an oral amendment from Mr. Stroh on behalf of the committee, which reads as follows. At the end of paragraph 16, insert the following words. The Assembly highlights the importance of respecting the protection of property and calls upon the Albanian authorities to ensure the enforcement of final judicial decisions issued by domestic courts on this matter, thus avoiding the need for new cases to be brought before the European Court of Human Rights. The President may accept an oral amendment on the grounds of promoting clarity, accuracy, or conciliation, and if there is no opposition from 10 or more members to it being debated. If this oral amendment is agreed to, Amendment 1 will fall. In my opinion, the oral amendment meets the criteria of Rule 34.7, paragraph A. Is there any opposition to the amendment being debated? No. That is not the case. I therefore call Mr. Stroh to support oral amendment. You have 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The amendment mentions a very important human rights aspect, the non-execution of the domestic court decision in the property cases. And from my point of view, I fully support the referring to this important issue in the resolution. However, I felt the text could be more concise and strengthened. In this way, I was proposing that compromise amendment to be put after the paragraph number 16. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak against the oral amendment? No. The committee is obviously in favor. I shall now put the oral amendment to the vote. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The oral amendment is accepted. We will now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15950 as amended. The vote is open. The vote is closed. I call for the result to be displayed. The amendment is being accepted. The draft resolution, is being accepted unanimously. Dear colleagues, I have the honor to announce the results on the election of a judge to the European Court of Human Rights for Liechtenstein. Total number of members voting 131. Number of spoiled or blank ballot paper 1. Number of valid votes 130. Absolute majority of the vote cast 66. The votes were cast as follows. Mr. Alain Sablé 79. Mrs. Marie-Louise Getter-Alge 3. Mrs. Catherine Reiter 48. So Mr. Alain Sablé, having obtained a majority of votes cast, is elected judge of the European Court of Human Rights for a term of office of 9 years, which shall commence not later than 1st September 2024. The Assembly will hold its next public sitting tomorrow at 10 a.m. with the agenda which was approved on Monday. The sitting is adjourned. Good night.